Test, test, test. Voice and video. Test, 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 to test, test, test. Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I assume you can hear me.
Yes, I can.
Where are we streaming today? Twitch?
Twitch and YouTube, and we'll see how the multi chat works if it works. I've got my phone up watching chat as well, and I think I figured out a split screen that'll let me watch Twitch and YouTube chat on the phone. And I do have the game overlay turned on technically, but I don't know that it actually works in City Skylines because I'm not seeing it. I like if I tab over to Streamlabs desktop, I see it, but I don't see it if I tab back into City Skylines. So
Oh, I don't
whatever.
follow you. No wonder I couldn't find you. Okay.
Yep.
So now I
On
follow
Twitch,
you.
yeah, on Twitch I'm Uncle Mikey 42. So
Okay.
presumably you found me.
But I found it from last time rather than from my list of friends. And I don't. I only have,
Yeah,
or my list of follows. I only have
yeah,
8 follows. So
yeah. I don't have a lot, and I honestly I haven't. Like my friend Bree used to stream all the time. She was actually a pro streamer for a while, which is cool if you can pull it off. But
yeah.
I don't know that she's actually doing. Like I think she still streams, but she's got two kids, and I don't think she can actually pull it off as a professional gig anymore. I don't.
Thinking,
I kind of lost track. I kind of lost track of it, so I don't know.
thinking about streaming in that context
Hmm.
lately. And I was like, Civ 7's coming out. I could become a Civ 7 streamer, and maybe then be invited to Firaxis for Civ 8.
Right,
Uh, since all the Civ 6, well, because all the Civ 6 streamers were invited to Firaxis for Civ 7. They all
right,
played Civ 7,
right.
and I was like, that would be nice. But I've been thinking, but I've been thinking about this, but I've been thinking about this, and I say this in all seriousness. There's a phrase. It's like, do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life.
Yep.
I love cruising. I love playing Civ. I love reading, and there are definitely ways to monetize all those things.
Yeah,
But I think if I did, I wouldn't enjoy them anymore.
and that's
If I have to
that's really the
if I have
trick,
to
right?
film my cruise, if I have to
Yeah.
film my cruise, I don't think I'd enjoy my cruise.
Yeah,
You know?
that
So
I get that. I definitely get that. Like I've paid attention. Like every now and then when I'm on YouTube, um, there are like travel bloggers and so on that I wind up catching. Like there was one recently I saw that. Oh, what was it? Um, Someone who rides the rails a lot. A couple who ride the rails a lot, and they did the longest single railroad in the United in North America, which is actually a Canadian line that runs from Vancouver to Toronto, and
mhm.
they did it in fancy schmancy class. They did it in first class, and comparing that to my experience on Amtrak. Uh, honestly, I still love Amtrak, but honestly, even getting a sleeper on Amtrak is still comparatively. God, I'm trying to think of the best way to put it that isn't pejorative because I really don't want to be pejorative about it. Let's just say it's working class. It's not what you'd really think of as first class. The Amtrak experience is a very working class experience, even if you're paying for a sleeper or whatever. Um,
So yeah.
um, and that's fine. I enjoy it, but also, I was kind of drooling over the idea of being able to take a train that had a truly luxury feeling experience. But I also could not immediately imagine doing what they do for a living.
Right.
By the way, are
So I've
you?
seen.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Are you hearing the music track on the stream?
No, but I have it muted. 1 second. No, I'm not.
Hmm. How about now?
hearing
stream?
something, but it's very quiet.
All right, let me turn that up. I may have turned it down too much. How about now?
Yep.
Yeah. Better? Not too loud?
Yeah.
Is it drowning me? Well, I guess I'm not audible on the stream
you and I
right
are
now.
both much louder, which is why when you asked me,
Yeah.
I was like,
yeah, but
I don't
but
know,
also I don't.
You asked me.
Also, I'm not sure we're out on the stream yet because I have that on a separate channel, and the starting soon. Oh, we are? Okay. All right, that's fine.
I heard myself asking because there's usually.
Oh, you know what? I'll bet you at least are on because you're coming through my my Discord window, but I don't know that I'm coming through because my microphone isn't part of the startup card. On the stream? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just wasn't sure. Anyway, I'm using I follow city planner Phil out of Wisconsin, out of Madison, and he commissioned a whole bunch of music for his channel that he's released royalty free. And I'm a little bit tired of the stock tracks in City Skylines. And you know, usually we're chatting while I'm playing anyway, so having like the interruptions of the radio stations, the announcers and so on is cute when you're playing solo, but it's kind of a distraction when you're streaming and talking to people. So I decided to just go ahead and put on a music track, and obviously needed one that was royalty free. And I really like the music that Phil went and commissioned. So I'm using it here. And I've just switched over to the video. Anyone who's joined us, looks like I've got, honestly, I think it's just you and me, JC, right now. Because I've seen in the corner two viewers, and one of them's me on YouTube, and one of them's you on Twitch, I'm pretty sure. So
say anything I want. No.
That's right. We'll see if other people show. I'm curious if I'm a little bit curious if the Facebook thing is working. It looks like it is. Facebook streaming's working on my main page for a change, which is cool. Because in the past it hasn't. Like at one point it was only willing to stream to Mikey's microfiction page or business page stream to the main the wall basically. And it looks like it's streaming to the wall now. So that's cool. Of course, I've got no way of seeing that chat at the same time I'm looking at all the other chats, but I'll just have to periodically tab back and have a look. In the meantime, I will leave a comment so people know that.
We're talking about before you started streaming completely. You were talking about the train. I've seen that ride between Vancouver and Toronto before. That does look gorgeous. One of the few train rides I'd actually want to take for non-transportation purposes.
Yeah.
And I've also seen someone go from the West Coast to the East Coast in America. We were talking about how it's more working class.
Yeah.
Amtrak seems much nicer west of Chicago.
I yes and no. Like I've taken. I take the Empire Builder, or I have taken the Empire Builder to get places, of course. And I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's that much better. You know what? I'll take this back a little. The main way I think it might be better now is that there was a stretch under the old Amtrak CEO. He honestly hated the long haul trains because they never make a profit. And so he tried to make them less attractive, or at least more profitable, by making the dining service a lot cheaper. That has been fixed on the long haul trains to the west, I think, like the Empire Builder. But it's still the case on the Capital Limited, as I can attest, because I was on the Capital Limited as the way I got home after Delta screwed me after CrowdStrike.
Yeah.
And the dining car experience was not what it used to be. And I was kind of cranky about it. Like, I mean, I still got fed. It wasn't awful, but it was basically just, microwave freezer meal. And not an actual dining experience, in my opinion. Except I didn't have to microwave it myself. And it was free because I was in a sleeper. So whatever. But it used to be better than that. And I think I think they restored true dining car service on the Western trains, but I'm not sure they have yet on the Eastern trains. And I don't know what the plans are there. I don't know if they're going to or not. I hope they do. Honestly, I really hope they do because I think it's worthwhile. That's all there is to it. I think it's worthwhile to do. And yeah, I don't know how else to put it. So before we get started, if you would do me a favor, JC, and check the stream again and see how the audio is now that I've actually got the mic capturing in addition to the desktop audio. I want to make sure that I'm not like doubling up or anything weird like that on my voice. And let me know what you're hearing. What was that?
So be quiet for a second.
Yep.
You are actually doubling up on the stream.
I am doubling up on the stream. All right, let me see if I can.
So I'm getting triple because I get you in advance, and then I get
right. Let me see what I can do to fix that. I think I need to take. Yeah, I need to mute the main microphone out of the desktop audio and make sure it's only on the video capture device audio. And no, it wouldn't
you seem to have fixed it.
Okay. Did I? That's interesting. All right, I'll take it. I'll, you know what? If it works, it works, and I'm not gonna complain. So right now, yes. Okay, I see why. That's good. Okay, I am good with that. This.
Yeah. So there's music playing pretty quietly, but definitely there, and your voice and my voice.
Yep. All right. Good. And I'm okay that the music is quiet. I want some kind of music bed down there, but I don't want it to overwhelm the rest of the stream. Right. And now that it looks like the settings are working, I'm actually going to get into the game. So if anyone joins us, they will see me actually playing the game, and not, just talking about trains, although I do like talking about trains. So let's see. I have played. This is the same map I was playing last time, it's. I went ahead and named the districts. Most of the districts, you may recognize the names. Most of them anyway. I haven't named all of them. Like Madison Crossing, I haven't come up with a good one for that one, or Anchor Bluff yet, that fits the rest of the theme.
Okay. It took me a moment.
Yep. And I am at the moment mostly sticking to Strange New Worlds names. I might broaden that to other Star Trek as we expand. But I'm not even sure I'd drawn districts last time you were on the stream with me.
I don't think so. I missed the last time you were on.
Yeah.
Because I was elsewhere.
Yep. That's legit. You're allowed to be elsewhere. You are not required to be on stream with me every time, especially when I do this so irregularly that it's totally random if I'm going to do it or not.
I have one problem with your choices, though.
Yeah.
You should have saved Pike till you did something with a mountain.
I don't think I've got you'll notice I did call it Pike's Plain deliberately as opposed to Pike's Peak. I don't have a lot of actual I mean, the mountains are all the way over there.
That is a flat map. Okay.
Yeah, this is a Minnesota map. Not really. This is actually this map is Victoria, British Columbia.
Well, same thing,
if I remember correctly. Someone actually made a map basically of their hometown. And one of the nice things about it is a lot of what I now call Spockton was already gridded. It was already laid out. So it makes it a great starter map because you don't actually have to lay out any infrastructure.
Yeah.
You need to decide where you're putting the power, water, and sewer, and then you can just go. Because you've already got the beginning infrastructure of a city. So I really liked that. Also, I just like the looks of the map. And if you remember, the nice thing about this map also is he somehow managed to get it so that the tiles are not square.
Right.
They're much more realistic sort of regions. I'm also currently using Unlock 529 tiles. I added a whole bunch of mods now that the mods are getting more stable too, and I'll go through some of those in a minute. So I'm using 529 tiles, but because I want to actually make money, I have put the tile upkeep multiplier to 0. I might make it slightly more challenging by inching that up, but honestly, I've got a lot of questions about the whole tile upkeep mechanism anyway. I don't love it. So probably I'm just going to leave it off until the devs come back from their vacation and have a chance to tweak it and balance it better. Because I don't hate the whole concept of it, but I don't think it was fully thought through, and I don't think it's well balanced. I understand they want to add some challenge, and they want to have you focus a little bit on density and not necessarily on sprawl. And that's okay. I don't have a huge problem with the ethos of that, but I don't think it's completely realistic to how people want to play. And also calling it tile upkeep calls a little too much attention to the fact that it's a game mechanic.
Yeah.
Instead of coming up with some way of rationalizing it within the context of actually being a city planner, building a city.
Yeah.
I think in some ways, I dislike that part more even than the other parts of it, is the idea that it's overtly a game mechanic.
They're too small to be counties, but you're almost wondering, like, why couldn't it be called county upkeep or like
county
that?
taxes, or something. I don't know. I'm not really sure how to rationalize it. I think there's another way they could have done something similar. I mean, you've played Stellaris too, right? Stellaris also tries to find ways to keep you from sprawling too early. It doesn't want to completely get rid of the wide game, but it doesn't want you to sprawl too early because it's easy to get into trouble if you sprawl too early.
Well, and I mean, it's a different type of game, as is Stellaris, but Civ, forgive me if I mention Civ 7 a lot because the news just came out, but in Civ 7 they are implementing a city cap. Like, you have to earn more city, the ability to make more cities. Good. And I think what they're saying is you can exceed the city cap, but there'll be penalties. But
which is what Stellaris does,
right? But it's going to be interesting because I am a Civ player who makes a city almost every 10 turns.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but when I was playing Civ heavily, I did tend to go wide, at least in the early game, because
me in the early game too.
Especially my memory of Civ 4 and Civ 5 was if you did not assertively, I hesitate to say aggressively, but if you did not assertively claim territory, you're going to get faced out or go to war much earlier just to get a toehold. Yeah. And those iterations of Civ, I remember being very difficult to play tall as opposed to wide. So you really had to get some cities down early, or you were going to have a hard time with resources and the rest of it.
Yeah. Civ 5 tall was a very powerful way to play, but not in the early game. You had to establish and then build up.
Right. You could be a small country, but you couldn't really be a city state.
Right.
If you were a player city state as opposed to the non-player city states, if you were a player city state, you were pretty much doomed.
Unless you were Venice.
So let's look at some of the mods I've added, because there's some really cool ones. This one is the coolest by far. I'm going to go find a road to click on to show it off. this is Road Builder. And I just realized, of course, the stream is behind, but you're watching it, so it'll catch up eventually. Road Builder has a user interface that is almost identical to a piece of software that actual city planners use.
Okay.
To figure out what a street or a highway is going to look like. And so basically, I don't actually want to mess up this highway. Let me find another part of town where I don't mind experimenting a bit. We'll go with Vermilion or Vermont Street here. So right now, Vermont Street has an ordinary car and bus lane in each direction. Mm-hmm. It's got parking, and it's got sidewalks. And all I have to do...
That's cool.
Yeah, all I have to do, and that's the default, right? This is not yet a custom 2-lane road. I'm going to call this... So let's say I want, let's say I don't want buses on this road. I don't want any kind of bus or tram on this road. Bang, no, cars only. Cannot put buses on it, cannot put trams on it. So like if I want a true residential street that's going to be quiet, I don't want parking on this street. Let's say I don't want parking on this street. Let's see how I can. I think I just have to make it narrower, honestly. So I take this column. Oh, that was it. I wasn't on the right column.
There's a parking.
I take this. Yeah. Now that I'm on the right column, there's a parking button. And I just say, okay, no parking. Now you can do that other ways in the game, but now I've designed a road that will go in the ordinary roads menu. And I can lay down a road that by default has wide sidewalks and no parking.
Cool.
And I can add, the grass and trees here. And so again, now I've got a road that by default is decorated. I don't have to go through and re-upgrade them to decorate them. That'll now show up in my menu as a road I can place.
Well, it only has 4 trees on the whole thing.
Yeah, because it's only that segment. Right now, I'm only upgrading this.
I thought the trees appeared in more rowy.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, I don't think they do. I think even when you use not on streets. I think even if you use the upgrade tool on streets, they don't.
Okay. It's probably fine.
Yeah, and I don't know if there's any way to adjust that yet, but I imagine there will be eventually. And let's say for whatever reason I want this narrower, right? I can shrink that down. That's the minimum. Apparently, I'm allowed to shrink it down. And you'll notice I lost the decoration when I shrunk it too much.
Right, because it wasn't.
It needs to be on the flip side, if I want a nice wide boulevard here, I can go apparently as far as 7 meters wide on that, and on that, and now huge pedestrian way. So like if I wanted a business district that was extremely walkable while still having cars, I don't know if you've ever been to San Francisco. Market Street has unbelievably wide pedestrian ways, as well as being an incredibly busy car thoroughfare, bus thoroughfare, tram thoroughfare, and underneath it, subway thoroughfare. It's sort of like the travel artery in San Francisco. It's everything all at once. So now you can do that, and again, you save it, and you've got a road you can place and upgrade other roads to very easily. I'm going to go ahead and put those widths back to something less crazy.
Is there a way to trash all your changes?
I can just, I think if I don't, I'm not sure what happens if I just back out. Oh, delete road. I don't know if I think that just deletes what I'm working on and not actually delete It doesn't bulldoze. I think it just deletes what I'm working on. But hey, we're paused. Let's find out. Yes, okay, so it did delete that because I was using it. And I can just, go ahead and redraw that road. Fine. But I really love this tool, and a lot of people are really loving it. Like,
that looks good.
Where else have I used? Yeah, I've used it to upgrade. Like, one of the problems with the game as it is right now is it doesn't come with what you'd really call like a state highway. You only got the big highways, or you've got wide roads. So like I built here, let's grab it.
Right, 2 lanes each direction, like Route 13.
Exactly. I basically built Route 13 or Route 79 here. Well, I guess 79 is even 1 lane through parts of it, but very like Route 13 out by you. And the other nice thing about doing it this way with a builder is the whole problem of highways not having electricity is easily fixed now without having to upgrade them to have lights. I mean, I upgraded it to have lights anyway, but I didn't have to. I could have just put the electricity through, and the highway would have had electricity and been part of the electric infrastructure. And it's not allowed to have traffic lights no matter what else happens unless I explicitly put lights on it, and it doesn't support zoning. So once again, now I've got something I can place that looks like a state highway and behaves more like a real state highway and has a speed limit more like a state highway in flatter ground. Like, 13 occasionally goes down to 40 or less because it gets windy. But out here, state highways are often full highway, at least 60 miles an hour or 65 because it's flatter territory. So yeah, that was the very first thing I did with it, was basically make a state highway. In fact, I'm just going to call this state /fed.
Rather than custom 4-lane 2-way highway.
Yeah.
I do need to make time to get back into City Skylines too. Unfortunately, it's WoW expansion time, so.
Yeah, I mean, there's always something, right?
Right.
You gotta pick your battles. When Dragon Age Veilguard comes out, this is going to become a Dragon Age Veilguard stream very quickly. And I think that's Halloween. I think it's currently slated for Halloween is for that to release, and I can't wait. I really cannot wait for that. It's been so long since the last Dragon Age game.
Oh, it is precisely a Halloween release. Interesting.
Yeah, and I don't think that's an accident. Like, I think they decided, hey, we want this out before Christmas, but we also want leeway so that if something goes wrong and we actually have to delay it, we still stand a chance of getting it out before Christmas.
Right.
Obviously, I can't see into their brains, so I can't say that for certain. And they never tell you why they pick the release date. But if I remember correctly, way back when, Inquisition also released in the fall or early winter. It was like November time frame. It may have been more the Thanksgiving time frame than the Halloween time frame. But it was the same kind of time frame of not quite Christmas. And they almost certainly had that in mind as well, is wanting to sort of hit the anniversary or come close to the anniversary. And also, of course, it gives them time. Like, if the game does release on time but has launch problems, like 0-day problems, they will still have time to fix those before Christmas. So I do suspect there was some Christmas-related strategy going on there, basically, is what it comes down to.
I was a little surprised. Civ 7's release date is February. I mean, it's going to be done when it's done, and they probably went, well, we're not going to be done by Christmas, but...
That is exactly what I think happened there, is I think they all were like, man, we'd really like to get this out by Christmas, but that's not happening. Um,
And I'd
and
much rather it be a finished game.
exactly. I don't want what happened with this game, with Cities, to happen to any other game I care about ever again. And granted, my care for Civ 7 is a little tangential. Like I think I played Civ 6 maybe 3 times. It didn't grab me. I don't know why, but it didn't grab me. And so I don't have a huge amount of excitement yet for Civ 7, and I don't know how into it I'm going to be. But this, as a franchise, I still care about its health. Because I poured a lot of time into it as a franchise, and I don't want it to suffer from bad game syndrome. I don't want it to suffer the way SimCity suffered with SimCity 2013. I don't want any game to ever suffer from that again. Right. Honestly, that was such a disaster.
I had reason to look up my Civ 6 playtime the other day.
Yeah.
And it's just you and me and anyone else who's tuned in right this moment. 4,570 hours.
Wow. So. That's something. Now I'm gonna take a minute and look at. I want to look at my playtime. So my playtime on City Skylines 2. My playtime on City Skylines 2 is only 131 hours because, of course, for a while I was not playing it because it wasn't good. My playtime on City Skylines is 672 hours, which I'm surprised it's that low. I actually thought that might be higher, low. But yeah. Cyberpunk. Yeah, Cyberpunk 2077 I played 405 hours of. That feels about right. Let's see, what else have I played a lot of that is in Steam?
City Skylines for me was 685 hours. So we were about the same there.
Yeah. Surviving Mars, I played about 217 hours until they patched it bad. They basically, the very last patch they released was buggy and didn't make a lot of sense, and it was very unfortunate, and then they abandoned the game, which was, in my opinion, that was the beginning of Paradox screwing things up. Is Paradox and the studio making Surviving Mars fell out, and nobody figured out a way to actually continue the game. And I'm going to be salty about that for a long time, because that was a good game. Let's see, Witcher 3, 130 hours. And that's when I played all the way through twice. So, so that's in Stellaris. Oh, now that's interesting, because I haven't played Stellaris in a long time, so I've lost track of how much time I spent playing it. Spent about 500 hours on Stellaris.
Fair enough.
And of course, the Dragon Age games that I have the versions that came out of EA rather than Steam. So I can't look at Dragon Age Inquisition and see how many hours I spent playing that, unfortunately. To have a point of comparison against how much I think I'm going to wind up playing Veilguard. I really hope it's as good as it looks, because like some people complained about the art direction for Veilguard, but I don't have a problem with it really. And not everything has to be photorealistic, even if its predecessor was trying for it. And honestly, what I've seen of actual gameplay, I have not seen it be that photo unrealistic. There's like one character design that is a little cartoony, and the rest of them, to me at least, seem fine. So what I'm doing here, I'm doing some flattening out here. I don't want to overdo it, but I want to kind of come around to here. I may actually destroy that stub, so I can then sort of ramp down to something. I blame City Planner Phil and Biffa for making me care much more about topography than I used to. I used to be totally like, no, I'm just gonna build and let the game engine figure it out. And I'm a lot pickier now.
Wow.
So let's see.
And they'd probably tell you, right, you've learned how to manage a city correctly.
Yeah. Let's
because I am also of the let let City Skylines figure it out. But then you get these weird cutouts, and
Right. Like the game is willing to do that for you, but it doesn't promise it's going to do it well.
Right.
Right? It just promises that it's going to build something, and then you're going to have to learn to live with it if you don't manage your own terrain. Playing with the complex curve tool here, which I have not used that much, but there we go. That's not perfect. Like, I'd like this to be smoother, but this is, again, this is 4-lane divided. It's not really highway class, so having a bit of an elbow in it doesn't feel too weird. I might upgrade it, but I'm also likely to actually, like, this terrain is all a little bumpy, so it's going to be a weird kind of development.
I would like, and I wanted this in Civ, or not Civ, City Skylines 1 as well, a road smoother, by which I mean that elbow that you made, there's like a couple of things that almost look like corners in it, and it would be nice if it would curvify it.
Yeah, there was a mod in Skylines 1 that I'm hoping eventually comes to Skylines 2 that did let you basically let you do that, let you smooth things out. And I could demolish this and smooth it out.
Where you were a moment ago was there's a little,
like I could, I am gonna smooth that out. Because you're right about that being sharp. I'm gonna see what I can do with that.
Well, I wasn't saying tear down this road, Mikey.
No, I'm just a segment of it, because and a lot of this is I am not great with the complex curve tool yet, so I'm not necessarily using it to its full potential. Yeah, that's still a little jank though. That's still a little swoopy.
Yeah, you got the same thing basically. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. I've got the Move It mod because someone made a Move It the Move It mod now. Let's see if I can adjust the Bezier curve on this. It'll let me do that. Oh yeah, it will. Yeah, that's better.
Oh yeah, that does look better. I never used the Move It mod, and now that I've seen it in action.
Yeah, like it is by no means perfect, but it lets you do little tweaks like this. Now you can see what I mean by not perfect now. It got a little wonky there when I pulled the wrong node, but you get just a little more control.
Yeah. And as for the complex curve tool, they gave us tools we asked for.
Yep.
Because we asked for them.
Right.
They didn't give us tools that we knew how to use.
Right. There we go. That straightened out the kink.
Like, I am sure for someone who knows how to use the complex curve tool, Phil, for example, it's probably like painting a masterpiece, but
yeah, but
you and I,
even for someone like me who has used like Adobe Illustrator and knows about Bezier curves, it's a little tricky. It's a little challenging. Let me see while I'm at it.
Nice name.
Let me see. This right here wound up being. I'm not sure if I love that angle. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can redo it with Move It before I try to redo it any other way. And still stay within the pad that I made for the road, right? I don't want to some of what's going on here is terrain, but I'm not sure. I don't know if we can turn on the terrain view. One problem I still have, and a number of people still have with the game, is the limited places you can turn on a terrain view. Like, you can't turn it on from the info view. You have to be in something like the road view to turn it on at all. And then if you switch to another tool, you lose it. And so it's not clear to me how much of my curve problem here is terrain. Let's change the angle and see if that makes it more obvious. Okay, it's actually pretty flat there. It's just curving weird. You know what? I'm going to fix it. We're still paused. We haven't actually started running it all yet, so why not? We're going to fix it. Which means I need just a little more flat. A little more room to maneuver. This version of the game also really, there's really no cost involved.
Yeah.
In managing terrain, which I'm mixed about. The old game made you at least pay some attention to soil, unless you had a mod that lets you get away with it. And I always actually thought that made more sense, right? Like having a little bit of a cost for moving dirt around, so that you weren't doing it willy-nilly. You were actually thinking about, why am I moving this dirt around? I always kind of liked. This game actually pretty much lets you just flatten everything like your Godzilla if you want to. And yeah, okay, that's great if you really just want a flat gridded neighborhood. But if you want a little bit more challenge, I don't love it. So, you know, I still try to use it sparingly.
I was gonna mention this earlier, but you know, it must be very tough to build a city builder or any of these, you know, Planet Zoo, Planet, you know, those types of games too, because like you're torn between the people who really want a simulation, and the people who want to paint.
Yeah, and the developers, like when they were talking with the various YouTubers after the game came out and the complaints started rolling in, and it, you know, a lot of the complaints were along the line of, well, you gave us this, and this that we really wanted, but a whole bunch of these other things are really either not really good, or you didn't give them to us. You took them away from us in some cases. Like the early release that didn't have the pre-release that didn't have terrain in it at all. Didn't have the terrain view in it at all. And everyone was like, why would you do that? Why would you take that away from us? And they put it back in, which was great. I wish they'd unlimit where it's put in, but they put it back in. They listened. And like this release that had the detailing stuff, the detailing package, along with the bigger patch that came right before it. Like, they showed they were listening, but they also admitted that they, despite having talked to the YouTubers, really had not been thinking as much about the detailers, really had not been thinking about the people who are more in it for the realism. They admitted they were thinking about the painters. And yes, the game should be fun for painters too, right? The ideal is to find a way to balance it so that if you don't want to care that much about terrain, you can just slap things around and it works.
But there's always the option to click button, you know, terrain. It could be a selector. Terrain costs money. You know, you have to phrase it better, but that could be.
Yeah. That's not what I wanted. I wanted the actual road. Come on, mod. Yeah, some of the mods that came back in quickly. We've got a move it mod again, we've got a find it mod again, and we've got the picker mod again. So if I want to say I definitely want this road, it's easy. So what I'm doing here in terms of terrain realism or quasi-realism is I am trying to be somewhat realistic where the road goes. About making sure it's got a pad to go on that's flat and doesn't have to flatten it itself and do weird shit. But I don't know that I'm going to do a lot of terraforming for the actual zoned buildings, which are mostly going to be houses. Because honestly, I grew up in a neighborhood that was very hilly, and there was no real terraforming. Everything was just allowed to be hilly. And yeah, that's weird, but it's real. Well, it is a real way that places get built.
I grew up in Ithaca. I know how that works.
Yeah, like you watch Phil, you watch Biffa. Sometimes you realize they've never been to Ithaca, New York, and they've never been on Buffalo Street.
Yeah,
because they'll say this never happens, and I'm like, oh, dude, oh my dude. let me tell you about realistic. Let me tell you about realistic elevations and realistic grades in the real world. It may not be good, but it does happen.
Well, my backyard...
Like, nobody enjoys Buffalo Street, but it's a real place.
I grew up in a house that had 2 main stories and a full attic and a full basement. Not finished attic or finished basement, but full attic, full basement. Yeah. So that's 4 stories, right?
Yeah.
But the property was actually 6 stories because... our backyard was more of a hill, right? And my parents had trouble getting a roofer at one point because the roofer was like, I don't have insurance to be this high up. Like, you need a commercial roofer.
Yeah, the struggle is real there.
At like 5 times the expense.
Yep. All right, I think that'll be
and then if you go... we had a backdoor neighbor, but if we didn't, it would have gone directly into 6 Mile Creek, which would have been its own problem.
Right. All right, so I think that's okay, and I think, what else do I want to do? I think, since this grade is actually not crazy, I am going to do... Because, of course, we're getting away from a grid in this part of town. This part of town's going to be a little more wavy.
Yep.
And I'm
a little more with the terrain.
Yeah. Because the terrain over here wasn't that bad. You know, it gets a little steep over here. But again, I have seen, like, in the suburbs of San Francisco, you see this kind of thing all the time where people are just building their rows of houses up the hill. And each individual lot flattens itself out, which is the game does for you. But nobody, terraforms the entire block or the entire grid and says, okay, we're going to flatten it all out. And even here in Richfield, if you pay very close attention, the way this grades up, and again, I know that the stream is lagging, but actually, is the stream even still running?
Yeah.
Okay. Somehow my stream on YouTube, my look. Okay, there we go. Somehow my view of the stream on YouTube got stopped.
Twitch is still running.
Okay. So anyway, so I'm looking at, what road am I looking at here? Cedar Street. And Cedar Street has this sort of relatively gentle grade upward. And here in Richfield, we have several streets that do that. Like if you're used to Ithaca, you think that this place is flat until you actually pay attention and look ahead of you and realize, okay, no, we're actually going uphill here. All right, so let's see, where else?
Only tangentially related, but did I ever tell you about flying into Lubbock, Texas?
No, I don't think so.
Well, it was a IC for Starfleet, and I was flying to Lubbock, Texas, and we're landing, and I'm looking out the window, and that was the first time I ever had a genuine, honest-to-God panic attack. It was minor, and it was quick, but it turns out that maybe I'm a little agoraphobic, Because in Ithaca, the horizon is always uphill.
Yep.
Even if you're looking
both
at the
ways
lake,
in the snow,
the horizon is uphill. In Lubbock, the horizon is flat.
I had a very similar experience way back when the first time I took a road trip for the SCA up to Winnipeg, Manitoba. And to get there from here, you go up to Fargo, North Dakota, and you turn right. That's basically the directions. Is take I-90, get on I-94, find Fargo, turn right. And then take I-29 up to the border, cross at Pembina, and say nice things to the customs agents, and continue on Manitoba 75, which is the same ribbon of asphalt as I-29. All of it. The minute you make that right turn, or if you were to continue west deeper into North Dakota on 94 from Fargo, flat as a fucking board.
Right.
And I also actually came very close to having an agoraphobic attack from that. The very first time I did it. I don't remember if I was the driver or the passenger. All I remember very clearly is going, where is everything? Where is everything? Where's the terrain? Where are the cows? Where are the people? Where is everything? There's nothing here. The only trees were windbreaks for the houses, deliberately planted windbreaks for the very few houses that were there. It was really bizarre for me, coming first from New Jersey and then from Ithaca, and having already gotten a little bit accustomed to living in Minneapolis or greater Minneapolis, where it is not exactly flat, but to a northeasterner flat enough, and seeing what the flatlands really were, and I was totally unprepared. Now I just find it boring, but I was totally unprepared for it at the time, and I admit it. Like, it was just wild. But this is going to be a little jank right here where they all come together. What's it saying the grade is? Is even, you know what? The grade's not bad, though. The overall grade is not bad. I'm going to leave it. I'm not going to mess with it. Yeah, that's got a few sharp bits that I might try to smooth out. Thank you, move it.
Yeah, once I do start playing this again, I'm going to have a discussion with you about mods.
What mods? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I, like, honestly, right now, I'm basically just going based on what Biffa and Phil are using. I freely admit I'm not being very original about what mods I use. I'm just like, hey, they're working for them. They're not breaking. They're not exploding. That's great. I'll use those. And for the most part, they tend to be the ones we miss from Cities 1. What's that? No. See if I can... I'm behaving a little weird. It's not giving me full separate access to the Bezier curve here, and I don't know why. Maybe I just won't mess with it that much.
This is a weird way to think about it. I just realized I'm almost... If this were a sport, I'd be your color commentator.
Yep. I mean, that is what we're doing here, right? Is it's kind of color commentary for the city build, and I really do enjoy it. So,
yeah.
Like last time I just streamed, and I did have people tune in, but I didn't have someone else on the chat channel. This time, on the other hand, it's you and me, and no, I don't think anyone else is tuned into the actual streams,
No,
and that's okay
I've been
too.
trying to look over at Facebook now and again. No one's commented. 'Cause I know you
Yeah.
said you had trouble
Yep.
seeing the comments there.
Yeah. So that's a bit of a steep grade. Let's see if I can find somewhere where it will be less steep to bring this up. Because there need to be some cross streets here, right? It can't be all...
Yep. You don't want people to sled from the top from College Town to the Octopus?
No, no, not really. We've been there and we've done that, and it's not that fun. Huh. No, I don't love that angle.
Well, no one may be streaming on Facebook because I'm having trouble even getting Facebook to load right now.
You know what? Maybe I don't extend to that street. Maybe I go up somewhere else. Ooh, that is sharp though. Look, my only bets for a relatively unsharp curve are some sweeping curves. Maybe I'm okay with that. Why I'm using complex curve tool. Oh, that's not too bad. That's okay. Look at that at the ground. Oh yeah, that's fine.
That's fine.
I mean, I don't know that I'd want to walk it, but as a street, it's fine. Let's see, where else? I think I want at least one more connection up here. See if we can make an intersection of this. That's not bad at all. That's a 3 or 4% grade. I can do that straight and not feel too bad about it. Yeah. All right, so now we've got ourselves a little bit of a suburb development instead of a grid. What do I want to do with it? I'm gonna got a lot of commercial demand right now, so I'm gonna put some low. Put some small scale commercial. Let's get the clock ticking again so lots actually get claimed. Put some small stores at the intersection. And I'm gonna paint me a bunch of small housing. I don't think anything's gonna be more than 3 deep.
You have so much more patience for this than I do.
This is like, I'm not much of a detailer when it comes to like decorating, although I'm starting to do a little more with it occasionally. But when it comes to lot sizes, I've discovered that I've got some preferences, and in particular, when I want this part of town to feel a little more like a suburb. I want to leave like at least some gaps in between. I don't want very big houses. I also want them to be less expensive. I want there to be a part of town where the lower income folks actually don't have to live in high rises to find a place. Let's see. And the game mechanic is still a little bit inverted in that regard.
Right. Ooh, a nice little 2x2 right there. It could be a nice little house.
This one? Oh yeah, yeah.
No, on Dean Street. It's up. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
What style am I placing anyway? Somehow I wound up playing North American waterfront housing here without paying attention to what I was doing. Let's see how they come in. Before I place any more, let's see what they look like when they come in.
It'd be weird if there were docks.
Right? Let's speed it up a little bit so they come in a little faster. Like, the demand is so high right now that I'm like, I will fulfill as much of it as I can, but I'm not going to rush the development just to try to match the bars. I don't have... What's my employment? My unemployment rate is low. Partially because I am now using a mod. I don't remember if this mod was in the last time you were on the chat. Hi Entity MN. Hello. I see you over on Twitch. Welcome to the stream. So I've got a mod that actually kicks the homeless out of town because there's still a bug about the homeless, which basically is that they stay. Basically, if anyone becomes homeless, instead of eventually trying to find a home if they get a job or something like that, they just stick around and never find a job and never find a home and fill up the parks and really skew your employment statistics.
Sentences I never thought I'd say. Mikey and Rudy Giuliani have something in common.
Yeah, like, I hate it. I hate that the only answer right now is to use a mod that kicks all the homeless out of town. I don't love it. I'm really hoping I mean, it is a bug. They have admitted that the current homeless problem in the game is a bug. They want there to be homelessness in the game. They want it to be a real mechanic. They want you to even see them camping out in the parks, which you will. Because that's realistic. That happens in cities. I don't want to get rid of that as soon as they fix the mechanic by which people essentially rehabilitate from being homeless or move out of town to find jobs elsewhere. As soon as they fix that mechanic themselves, I'm getting rid of the mod. I think the mod is a huge cheat, except that the mechanic in the game is totally broken.
Right.
So I'm using it to make my employment statistics make sense.
Those don't look too bad. I mean, even
no, they really don't.
Supposed to be maritime or whatever, but
yeah, no, they don't look too bad at all. I kind of like them. I think I'm going to leave them alone, even though they don't necessarily fit. And actually, some of them are not even obviously beachfront necessarily houses, waterfront houses. Like this is just a ranch.
Yep.
Right? This could be anywhere.
And they're
L-shaped ranches. Yep. Another mod I pulled in that is really cool. Like, these two came in with very similar colors. I don't necessarily want them to have similar colors. I can recolor them. I need brighter. There we go. And if I really like that color, I can copy it and apply it to other places.
Nice.
And you can do that with any building in the game. That one is, and that's another one that's a real game changer. Because if you want a neighborhood where everything looks like it's similar, like, let's say I've got a bunch of brick buildings and I want them to look like Chicago brick, which is yellow. And I want them to all look like Chicago brick.
Right.
Ordinarily, they'll come in random shades based on what the designer made for them. Now I could recolor an entire row of houses, or an entire row of buildings to look like they were all built not just at the same time, but from the same materials.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a really nice touch. Under the heading of mods that really should go into the game, and it works really well. Like, it's not glitchy at all. It works really well. So, like, here we go. Here's a bunch of row houses. They all came in with the same exact row house design, right?
Right.
So I could decide I want the variety of color, or I could say no. These were all built by Chicago people. They're all Chicago yellow or whatever. Let's see if I can approximate it. That's probably close enough for demonstration purposes anyway. All right, so I copy that and then paste. Can I even shift click? No, I can't shift click. Paste. And now they still all have different roofs, but they all look like they came in together. Same developer, same development, same materials. I really like it. Like that's a level of detailing I can actually get lost in.
Right.
Because real cities have that, you know, some places like, all right, my neighborhood is all Richfield, what we call Richfield Ramblers. It's a style of ranch house, a particular style of ranch house. And they all look superficially the same. You know, they're all also 60 years old, which means they don't actually look that much the same anymore. The people have modified them over the years, they've painted them, etc. But when they were all first built, they all probably looked almost identical.
Right.
To the you know, and they're also like they're also not all the exact same floor plans. They're very close. And if you're not paying attention, you're not going to see the difference. You're going to drive through a neighborhood and you're not, if you don't know your friend's house on site, you're going to drive right past it the first time, every time. Even if Google is directing you. It's that kind of neighborhood. That's realistic, right? That's what happens when, in modern development since the 50s, when you're developing an entire neighborhood all at once, you have maybe 5 floor plans, and that's what everybody gets. I'm gonna put commercial over here by the interchange. That's a good place for a couple of more shops.
So you were just talking about mods that should be in the base game.
Yeah.
That leads me to a question I've had for a long time about modding and gaming. We may have even discussed this before, but I don't remember the answer. If you're the makers of a game, you make City Skylines, you're Paradox.
Yeah.
And someone makes an amazing mod that you think should be in the game. What? I mean, do you owe the mod creator anything, or can you just? I mean,
if you actually use their code, then you owe them whatever their license terms say you owe them.
Okay.
In particular, if it was like an open source mod, you probably can't just import it into the game because then you're closing closing up the source code. You probably can't do that legally. I'm going to put a small playground over here. I just realized I don't have any real. It's a maintenance depot, not the playground. That's why it's so big. I don't have any real parks in this part of town yet. Put a playground here. Maybe while we're at it, we'll put another park over here, even though we don't have any development there yet. And where else?
Okay.
Dog park looks good there.
Because I just wasn't sure because they're messing around in your sandbox. So like.
Yeah, but you're not assigning any rights. The way the code mods work is they're all basically dynamic libraries, meaning they can come in as a blob of compiled code, and then the mod creator can either release the source code or not, but one way or the other, none of the rights have been signed away. When you've deliberately built a modding infrastructure, you build it so that people can basically plug Tinker Toys into it without giving away their store. What they don't allow currently and have no plans to allow is for mod creators to separately monetize their mods. You can put out a tip jar, but you can't actually require people to pay for a mod.
Right.
There are, I think, other modding communities where that isn't prevented. I'm okay with the idea of preventing that, honestly. Like, not that some of these guys don't deserve a tip or something, but I don't think making mods should become necessarily its own, I don't know, subgenre, for lack of a better term.
Right.
I don't think anyone should necessarily make a career of making mods, is what it comes down to. And that's a personal, like, I'm sure other people feel differently about it, but point is, Paradox can't just say, hey, I want all of the code to your mod and I want to put it in the game. They would need to buy it.
Okay.
Or they would need to write their own version of it, which is what's more likely. Like every time Paradox has added a feature to the game that started out as a mod, that's how they've done it, is they've basically written their own
Okay, so if they wanted to move it in the game, they
version
would
of
just
it.
say, "Hey, Gary or whoever,
Right.
write some code that does this." Okay.
And oftentimes they wind up not because not because they don't think the mod was a good idea necessarily or don't agree with it, but because they don't. And this is speculation, mind you, I'll admit, but I think in some cases they don't do it because they don't think they could top it. Like the old TMPE, the old Traffic Manager President's Edition, which was that Swiss Army knife of traffic tools in City Skylines 1. They imported some of the ideas into City Skylines 2, but they never did into City Skylines 1 because why? The mod worked extremely well. Anyone who wanted it could go get it.
Right.
And because there were good tools out there for adding mods to the game, it wasn't even a hassle. It wasn't even like it used to be. If you wanted to add a mod to a game, you felt like you were taking your computer's life into your hands, and that's just not true anymore. Especially if you pay attention to any community site and you can ask around, hey, how is this mod? Is it any good? Is it going to do any damage? Is it malware? Whatever. You know, if you're paying attention to things like that, you've got no reason to prefer. You've got no ad hoc reason to prefer something be officially a part of the game if the code mod just works.
So your chirper is talking a lot about pollution. I don't know.
Healthcare and pollution, yeah. So I've got two big problems that I haven't figured out how to solve yet. I know I have them. And that is that a long time ago, I built a little bit of high density residential, low rent residential even right here. And like a bad neighbor, State Farm is not there. I built it right near the industrial. So there's ground pollution here.
Mikey built Detroit. Like that.
Yeah, no, I built a little bit of a slum here. I have to admit it, and it wasn't entirely intentional. But I was curious to see what would happen. And what happens is people still live here, but they're not very happy about it. And I haven't figured out what to do about it because there's not like I'm not sure what tools there are for cleaning up ground pollution in place yet in the game. I don't think there are very many. Like water pollution, I can clean up. There's a wastewater treatment plant. There, all the other things to clean up water pollution, but ground pollution, you pretty much just have to get rid of the bad industry and then let it settle down. So, like, I'm pretty sure if I cleared this strip, and again, I know I know it's lagging. The stream is going to lag.
Yeah, the Spockton strip. Yeah.
The Sunset Street strip. If I got rid of that strip of industrial, and replaced it with offices. If I redeveloped it, which maybe I'll do that because I've got a bit of office demand, right? So if I replace that, let's do that right now. Let's see what happens because I'm actually curious how long it takes if all I do is replace the zoning. With a bit of office zoning here. And then let's see, maybe a little bit of commercial here. And again, I'm keeping them small because I don't want, for all that I put in high rises here for the low rent housing, I don't really want high rises here yet. So that, now that I've rezoned that, those buildings should go away on their own, and if not, I'll bulldoze them in a minute. Like it should catch up and say, hey, those should go away. Unless it's possible one of the mods I've got in place is restricting that. Let me actually look at my mod options. I'm not using anarchy right now. At least I don't think I'm using anarchy right now. No, anarchy's not on. So let's see. What do I have that might be preventing? I vaguely remember that I have an option in here that one of the mods options is don't automatically destroy things. But I don't remember which one it is. Pop the growables, maybe? No. It's not that important. I'll bulldoze if I have to. I'm going to give it one more second to catch up, and then I'm just going to bulldoze it. I'll probably need to figure out what to do about the growing industrial demand after that, but...
Yeah, so, rebuilding immediately.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's see what happens. Now that's interesting. Suddenly my population trend is downward. Because all of a sudden a bunch of people were unemployed and they haven't found new employment yet. That's... Okay, so that's expectable. It's okay. It'll figure itself out in a minute, I think. So now I want to see what happens. Let's watch the ground pollution. I want to see how long it takes for the ground pollution to just kind of settle. Because it didn't go out very far, right? It's not like it's spread out through the whole neighborhood. It's right. Fairly tightly confined to basically one more zone, one more set of zoning deep past the line. So now that I've gotten rid of that strip, it should retreat. And yes, the offices and commercial buildings will have a bit of a pollution complaint now, but the residential shouldn't. And the offices and commercial are relatively resilient to pollution. So I'm gonna go ahead and speed it up. I don't think we're losing population at such a rate that speeding it up is going to hurt us.
Well, and your money.
And eventually, at least some of those people are going to find jobs in the new buildings I'm building. Did I leave one industrial? Yes, I left one industrial there. Oh wait, I didn't rezone. What did I do? I didn't rezone all of those. I just bulldozed one of them. Or is that? Yeah, all right. Just let them come in though, and we'll see what happens. Because I actually don't know how long it takes for ground pollution to fade once you're no longer actively polluting it. Like, there should be a decay mechanic, but I don't know what it is. And it's entirely possible I'll also have to get rid of the stuff at the intersection of Sunset and Wharf to really get rid of the pollution problem underneath it. But let's wait and see. Let's see how long it takes. I hope there's a decay mechanic. I'm going to be very disappointed if it turns out that once ground is polluted, it never gets cleaned up. Like, I am okay with the idea that basically magical cleanup is a mechanic for pretending that this is a Superfund site, and we've actually paid for cleanup. We just don't have explicit buildings for it. But if there's no decay of the ground pollution at all, that's actually going to disappoint me.
It does say that it disappears over time on a couple of the wikis. So
yeah,
but,
yeah,
you know,
and
how much time is it? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I am seeing it decay now. I'm seeing it get better. It's taken a little while, but it is improving. Like, this building here is almost out of the zone now. 86 Douglas Street is almost out of the zone now. And 118 Sunset Street. That's still well inside the zone, but I don't know. I might have to go further with the redevelopment. Let's see what happens here then. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go a little further with the redevelopment.
Or, you know, just let them be polluted. It's either one.
No, I actually do want to clean it up, and also I want to start shifting at least the economy of this part of town more towards offices and commercial. That kind of redevelopment is normal, right? Like, that happens. What's happening here? Oh, where's that? No. All right. Let's get rid of.
There are 4 people on Twitch now. Hello, 4 people.
Twitch people.
Which means 3 who aren't me.
Right. So that's interesting. I don't know if you saw that the industrial demand just actually went down despite the fact that I have wrecked a bunch of industrial buildings. And I think what's happening is the overall, like, population is starting to get that I'm redeveloping, and the demands are starting to change.
It's rising very quickly back up.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, there's still going to be industrial demand, and I'll figure out how I want to fulfill it later. All of the demands have been high all the time except office, which is, you know, eyedropper. And so I've mostly not been worried too much about keeping up with it. I'm like, as long as I'm not ignoring it entirely, I'm doing well enough. There, now that's all office in this block. So the block that's bounded by Herald and Sunset, Government and Douglas is now all office block. Let's see what that's doing to the ground pollution down there. I'll bet you I still need to redevelop the building just north, the last building just north of Douglas.
Yeah.
On Herald Street to really get the effect. Yeah, let me get rid of it. I never bulldozed that one, that's why. I definitely must have something on some mod that's preventing redevelopment. And I'm not going to be fussed by it right now. Yeah, so it's definitely retreating up here. I'd like to see a speedier retreat down here, but I think 86 Douglas is a little more out of the zone now. A little silly watching one particular amoeba of pollution, hoping it will go down.
Yeah, that's why I was saying if you want to...
Yeah, I really want to know how long it takes, but I think I'm going to leave that for now and move on and come back to it now that we've done some redevelopment. Slow the game back down to something more reasonable. And just to address some of the remaining industrial demand and unemployment... got here? Oh, we can actually place a farming zone now. That must be from one of my mods. I'm going to go ahead and do just a sticky block right here. And in terms of air pollution, I'm not too worried. like the currents are going north, but they're very light. They're short arrows. So we're not likely to get a big blowover of smoke this way.
Right.
How's noise pollution? It's not too bad, actually. Like, it's where I'd expect it to be, like down here where I've got parking lots and some noisy uses. But it's not awful. The schools are noisy. I'm surprised the schools are as noisy as they are. I mean, I guess schools can be noisy.
Well, I know a number of couples who complain about not so much that the schools are noisy, but when they're noisy.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Like, if you're someone who wants to sleep in and you live next to a school,
you're not sleeping in.
Not going to happen. Yeah.
Yep.
Mikey, this is sort of about urban development, but it's also about the fact you travel for work and you travel to certain places. Have you used Waymo for ride-sharing stuff? It's the driverless cars.
I haven't. I've seen them in San Francisco, although I haven't been there recently, so I don't even know if they're still around.
Yeah.
I can't bring myself to get into the idea of driverless cars. And the reason for that is very simple. I write too much software to trust software to drive me anywhere. You know, I don't need a car that can be bricked by CrowdStrike. Like, imagine if something like CrowdStrike had hit cars, self-driving cars, all at once from an over-the-air update. And every self-driving car on the road had stopped all at once. No, thank you.
I have friends in Phoenix who really like it. That's why I was curious.
But... Yeah, I mean, I also recognize that this is one area where I am strangely a Luddite. For a guy who's worked in technology as long as I have, you'd think I'd be all over it. But in fact, I am not all over it for exactly the reason that I have worked in technology too long to trust it. Here's something I picked up with a mod. No, go ahead. You go ahead. Let's finish this.
Well, I was just going to finish off the conversation. I've certainly heard that before. I've heard people who work in software or security are like, we're like, oh, you must have every smart house feature you possibly could. And like, no, I live in a shack in the woods.
Yeah. No, I mean, I have some. I've got Google speakers because they're convenient ways to, like, if I want to play, like we have one in the office, if we want to play music in the office. And I actually use the one here down in the den in my room for like morning and evening routines and some other stuff. Like I use it. And in particular, I got smart lights during the pandemic. You may remember when I built my gaming PC, we've talked about this before, I built it out with all these RGB things because I'm like, I don't need all the RGB bling, but I'll bet you it's cool. And especially in the depths of the pandemic, when I was looking for any hint of dopamine I could grab, it literally made my day better to have my gaming PC flashing colors at me. It's crazy. It makes no sense, but it worked. And it's still, I still have it. I haven't actually changed a thing on this gaming PC since I built it, by the way. I haven't even added memory to it yet. I keep thinking about it, and I haven't actually done it. Because I overbuilt, and that was the right answer. Now I haven't had to rebuild it or add to it in ages. But after I discovered that really that I really liked that, I got smart lights for the room too. And some of that was also like the light switch in this room is inconveniently placed. So having lights I could control from an app instead made me happy. But I got the bulbs that can be any color, and right now they're emerald green. A very, very light emerald green and darker. Which is why the picture of me is not very bright, although the camera's compensating for some of it. But, it means I don't have white light in my eyes all the time. Anyway, what I just put down here on Dean Street is from a mod that I've picked up that has kiosk commercial. Very small scale commercial. Just little kiosks I have no idea how realistic it is to have this kind of development in the middle of a residential neighborhood, but I kind of like it. And I kind of like that they always be small. Like, if you're not very careful about zoning, the size of your zoning with everything else, like with all the other commercial buildings and so on, you could get something that is taller than you want. And these assets never get any taller no matter what you do with them. They're always 1x2 or 2x2, or 2x3, I guess. They're always going to be small scale assets for small businesses. And I really kind of like that. I think that's cool. Let's see where we are for unemployment. That's back down to 2.4. Our population's going up again. For a few minutes, our industrial was down. Go ahead.
That all makes sense because skyscrapers require a wide. I mean, I know there's the new skinny skyscraper in New York City, but like for the most part, skyscrapers require a wide base.
I don't think the mechanic is bad, but because the default depth, if you have enough room on the terrain, is now 6x6. If you're not careful, if you don't paint like I'm doing your zones, you can wind up with some buildings that are much taller than you necessarily want. Because if you give them a wider footprint, they will take up a higher footprint. Yeah, so like, I knew that was going to be the case here, and so I deliberately drew all of these only 3 deep. And they're still slightly taller than I necessarily want, but they're not awful.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to have height zoning tools.
That like City Skyline 1 did introduce a policy, a district policy you could add that limited how tall buildings could get. Because of course it also didn't have medium density, if I remember correctly. It only had low and high. And so if you wanted to approximate medium density, you basically told it don't let buildings promote to being too high as they go up in value. This game, of course, you don't get the same kind of effect of buildings changing their size when they promote. The properties get nicer, but they don't necessarily get bigger. And you've got a true medium density, but the true medium density is still entirely city density. Like, there isn't a garden apartment asset yet. I want to be able to build a garden apartment complex that's only 2 stories high and sprawls a bit. Because real cities have garden apartment complexes in the United States. And you can't do that yet. I'm hoping that happens. This hospital right here has had a garbage problem forever. It's also badly oversubscribed for patients, so I probably need to look into that too. Maybe I just need to... This one's not upgradable because it's a local. Oh no, it is upgradable. Let me... We have an ambulance problem. We don't have an ambulance problem. We do have a patient problem. So let's add the extension wing. Can't we? We will have to sacrifice a building? Can we put it somewhere else where we would not have to sacrifice a building? I'm not sure we can. And it won't let me do that anyway. Why not? Shape. What just happened there? It doesn't like that. Using Better Bulldozer. Let me see if Better Bulldozer will let me... Oh, I see. That's just for pedestrians. How can I fix that easily? Path here. I need to turn on anarchy. Turn on anarchy just to get rid of the damn... That's another thing I try to use very sparingly, and that was true even in the old game, is I try not to use the Anarchy mod very often.
Mm-hmm.
But every now and then, it's just the only way around certain problems.
Every now and then, it's the only way around.
Yep. And, this is now a bridge to nowhere. Except it provides a nice overlook of the park, I guess, so we'll take it. And then the path I just drew, I guess it's okay. Not terrible. And now we have room for patients, so that's good. But we have a garbage problem here, and I've had a garbage problem here actually almost since I placed it. And I don't know why exactly, because garbage should be able to get here. Let's see what I can learn. Got a mod that'll show me road routes and things like that. Highlighter. Let's see, what do I want to see? Buildings. Don't be weird. Oh, because I turned on all. Being weird. Good segment. Maybe it can't do buildings yet. There we go. And passenger destinations, employee, residents, students. None of this is really telling me what I want to know, which is why is trash not getting here?
Is there still a garbage filter?
No, not on that one anyway.
Yeah.
Hopefully that'll get added. I guess the other way around to look at it is to go looking for my trash facilities and see where they're getting. Or if they're just overloaded, because I haven't looked at the trash facilities at all in a while. Landfill availability is fine, actually, I think. Stored. Oh no, it's actually going down. It's not great. But garbage processing status at the moment is fine, so from that standpoint, we're okay.
Okay, so there's a garbage truck near your hospital right now. Why isn't it going?
Yeah.
over there?
I'm wondering if it's a bug. So that local hospital asset, I think, is not. I think that is a mod. I don't think it's one of the official hospitals.
Oh.
And maybe it's just buggy.
It's just buggy.
Maybe it's just buggy. So maybe I make everybody unhappy by getting rid of it and replacing it with an official hospital. And then we don't have to worry about it. Let's go with
This week on Garbage Hospital.
Yeah, I think that's the one I was using, and I think that's not an official hospital. Medical, let's see what the patient capacity is. It's 100, it's 150. That's 500. Will it fit in that footprint? I'm going to have to sacrifice most of it. I actually don't have room for it. They don't have room for a full-sized hospital. All right. We're going to put just an ordinary... Oh, I got to get rid of my makeshift path there. We're going to put in an ordinary medical clinic. Which probably won't have the capacity, but then we will upgrade it right away. It adds 25 patients, though. And we'll see what happens. Maybe you know what, I'm also going to restrict it to only being local. And I guess I need to I've never actually made a district for what's north of Poplar Street, so let me do that. Briarwood Grove. What's a good alternate name for this?
I mean, you can legitimately use Kirk.
I can legitimately use Kirk even if I'm sticking with Strange New Worlds. You're right.
Kirkwood Grove is not bad.
I'm going to call it Kirkwall, which is also Dragon Age reference. It's also a real place. There's a real place called Kirkwall. But it's also a Dragon Age reference from Dragon Age 2. So, all right, now we're going to have to wait and see how the new hospital
Ooh, they did not like the fact you replaced that medical facility.
Yeah. I mean, I knew that was going to be disruptive. There was no way that was not going to be disruptive. We also have a traffic problem, or is it just an accident? A little of both. We have a traffic problem because of an accident, I think. Now that's cleared, but what is it saying? Oh, no, it's saying traffic jam. Possibly that needs to be a little wider, although I'm not sure why they're coming in Meadow Street instead of coming up here. Oh, what happened over here? We have a water and sewage problem? Water availability, sewage availability? No, that's all fine. Do we have a pipe capacity problem? What is it saying? Dirty water. Ah! Now we have, because we added more industry now. Oh, and it's right over the water. It's right over some groundwater. So now we have a water pollution problem because...
I'm gonna die!
We're all gonna die. Let's see. What is my quickest way to solve that problem while not actually getting rid of the industry that is all over the place here? Because this is all industrial now, right? Yeah. I may simply have sort of reached a critical mass. Oh, the groundwater pumping station is right here. That's why. But the groundwater itself is now being polluted. Can I... wastewater treatment. Groundwater pumping. Can I upgrade that with... already got a filtering system, but it's not enough for the extra stuff I've added, apparently. What else can I do quickly to solve this? Maybe nothing. I don't think an advanced water pumping station that I don't have unlocked yet. There's a water treatment plant, but I don't know if that actually deals with water pollution. I think that's more in the line of helping with sewage. I have it unlocked. Wastewater treatment plant. Yeah, it processes sewage, not pollution. I don't know that there's anything currently available that actually processes pollution other than the filters that I've already added to the groundwater plant. Either I have to... what the heck do I have to do? Where the water is. Yeah, I've done this to myself, haven't I? Huh. And that's going to spread, is the real problem. Is the bad water is going to get out into the rest of town eventually. I think I need to superfund that. I need to call a mulligan on that new industrial block. And instead not very flat, but it never was very flat, so maybe I'm not going to care. And replace what we just mulliganed out. Oop, forgot that I'm not bulldozing automatically. Now, let's see how long that takes to clear. Because again, I hope there's a decay rate on it, otherwise we may be stuck a long time with a problem. But I'm hoping it was really just that we kind of hit critical mass for what the groundwater pumping station could handle. I guess we'll find out. We'll let that run. And then over here, we still have a ground pollution problem. It hasn't really retreated that much. I think I've just got too much here that's still generating too much. I'm going to have to do more, get more redevelopment, I think. What do I want to put there? I think I'm going to go commercial. I've got a very high commercial demand right now. I'm going to be a little less careful about... I'm going to make them only 3 deep, but other than that, I'm not going to be picky about zone claims. See what that changes. Hey, you were looking at the wiki before. Do you want to see if you can find out if they've got much about the pollution decay mechanics?
Well, it was just saying time before, but
All right. I mean,
let me see if I can find.
if it doesn't, I'm wondering if it says how long, basically.
Yep. I didn't see it, but
now
let me check.
the ground, yeah, because now my groundwater problem has spread as I knew it was going to.
Ground pollution is caused mainly by industry or other polluting buildings. Even if the source of pollution is removed, it will take some time for ground pollution to disappear. That's not helpful.
No, and same for water pollution, I imagine, and that's what I'm up against over here, of course.
When ground pollution comes in contact with groundwater, it will quickly pollute the entire deposit.
Yep.
If ground pollution is removed, groundwater pollution will go away the same as the deposit's replenishment rate. So the water, it depends on the water's replenishment rate, which I don't know.
Yep. Which basically means that I'm fortunate that I had not seen a pollution problem earlier than this, because I've had industry over here for a while, and it's always been close to a big groundwater deposit. And I've been pumping from that deposit for quite some time now.
Yeah, the wiki does not give time frames.
Well, we're gonna be Flint, Michigan for a while, which is not. I don't love it. I don't love it at all. And meanwhile, the medical clinic is even with it being restricted to the village of Uhura, our medical clinic is badly oversubscribed. So what that's telling me is I need to find
This
some
other
place to
wiki
put-
says a long time.
Yeah, all
Still
right.
not helpful.
Uh, time is an illusion, lunchtime doubly so. Let's see, what do I got over here? I've got another medical clinic over here. That one's also oversubscribed.
And then there was a
Probably
bug
need to put
report on the Paradox forum in November 2023 saying it does not go away at all, which had a couple replies of, it does go away, you can just barely tell. So, yeah, it takes a long time.
All right. Let me think about how I'm going to deal with my medical shortfall. I'm trying to decide if I want to put in a full-blown hospital somewhere. I'm thinking I'm going to have to. Because I've got just enough density in the eastern half of, I guess, I've been calling, which way around have I been calling north? I've been calling that north. So I guess it's the north half of Uhura. Is denser. It's mostly row homes and medium density housing. And the medical clinic is not cutting it, even with extension wings. Not enough ambulances and not enough space, not enough beds. So I'm at the very least, I'm going to have to place a second one. Second clinic. You know, that's not bad. I'll put another clinic up. I played with zoning up here. There we go. There we are. Put it. Oh wait, I already have a clinic up here. Let's restrict that operating district to those two towns and see if that also helps to balance things out. Then let us add here. Got some more ambulances at least. And then can I put one more extension wing anywhere near here without having to sacrifice something? I think we're gonna have to lose a building across the behind it. Yeah. But I need to give it more capacity. So there we go. Now we've got a little medical campus going on over here.
You know, with dirty water.
With dirty water! So more people are getting sick, which is not helping anything any. Is until I can figure out how to get the water cleaned up, if at all. If ever.
I sort of feel bad because I feel like I distracted you when you should have noticed it, but I don't think I did actually.
No, I should have been paying attention myself. I should have known better. And you know, honestly, the big pollution source is right here, the geothermal plant. Although I wouldn't have thought that would be. But yeah, it actually does say that it's a ground air and noise pollution source. And being right over an aquifer, that's going to make it a water pollution source. So I was possibly always doomed. And it's spreading. This neighborhood was flashing that it was having a problem. It went away. And then what's going on with that? Can you
disconnect the piping? Oh no, the piping runs on road. You can't disconnect it anymore.
Yeah, it would be very hard to actually create a break. Fire break, as it were. That has decayed a little bit, but it's still off the. Oh, this is still here. reason I thought I rezoned that. I did rezone it, I just never bulldozed it. There we go.
Well, my dog wants to go outside, and I think it's actually my dinner time, so I will
Okay.
leave you to solve your problems on your own, which sounds awful when I say it that
Yeah.
way.
That's okay. I am also going to take a bit of a bio break while I've got a moment. So there we go. Now I'm back. All right. Thank you for waiting. If you waited, looks like we've got 4 viewers out there. That's exciting. Say hello. Please say hello in the chat if you're actually watching, so I know who's out there. My friend JC had been joining me for a while, but he just had to go eat a thing, which is legitimate. So, let's see. Where are we going from here? We've got a pollution problem if you've just joined us. And we have a medical facilities problem right now. And I'm having trouble figuring out how to solve the pollution problem because pollution in the game apparently does not decay very fast. So even if I start removing pollution sources, it's not clear that we're going to save ourselves. So I'm actually going to take a quick moment. I want to see if there's a pollution mod that improves, that tweaks that, because I don't want to cheat. I don't want to get rid of the pollution entirely. I screwed up and now I'm polluted. But I don't necessarily want the pollution to take 300 years to go away either. So just like the homeless problem, where I don't love the fact that I need a mod that just kicks the homeless out of town at all, it is currently the only way to solve the pollution problem, or the homelessness problem. So let's see what we've got. No pollution. Does this actually make pollution go away entirely, or do you have some control over it? Water pollution decay rate can be controlled. You know, that might be sufficient if I can speed that up. I'd love sliders for the rest of them too. Oh wait, here we... Okay, they're going to do it eventually. You know what? I'm going to do it. Unfortunately, that means I'm going to have to quit the game and restart it, I believe. I don't think it's going to take effect right away. In fact, I'm almost certain it won't. Yeah, it's not on the list yet. Requires a restart of the game to apply changes. Do you want to close the game now? So I'm going to save the game because I am not dumb. And then I'm going to let the game restart itself. And we'll be right back with it once it figures itself out. Not sure if I have to restart it or if it's actually going to restart itself. Feeling I need to restart it. I'm going to do. You are, in fact, still watching. Thank you for your patience while I figure out some shit. Also, if you are enjoying the music, which I hope you are, Master Planned Music, it was commissioned by another city's YouTuber, a much more active one than I am. A guy named Phil out of Madison, Wisconsin, commissioned a whole bunch of music to be the bed for his streams, and he made it free. He made it license free, and I like it a lot. A lot of it has the feel of music from past city builders like SimCities, as well as the channels of City Skylines. And just all in all, I really like the feel of it. And I decided that I was getting a little bored with the built-in music. There are several channels, but they haven't released any more yet. So I decided I would run with just the Master Planned Music track, and I hope you're enjoying it. Because it's cool. And oh, by the way, if you like City Skylines and you want to see someone who's actually been a city planner play City Skylines, then look for City Planner Plays. Phil's great. He's a great presenter. He's learned a lot about presenting in the last 4 years since he started. And he actually makes his living now being a YouTuber rather than a city planner. But he was a city planner for... I don't know if he was ever a city planner for Madison per se, but he's been a city planner in that part of Wisconsin. And it's really quite interesting to get the perspective of someone who has done the job and seeing what he thinks is realistic and what isn't, and where the compromises have to be made. And he's decided to be a storyteller with it too, which I really like. He has a lot of fun with that. Here we go. The no pollution mod is in there. Let's see. I don't want it completely off. Noise pollution is fine. Net pollution, when unchecked, it will stop net pollution from being used in the map. In order to fully turn off net pollution. Okay, well, that's fine. Building pollution. We're going to leave that on for now. Ground pollution, I'm going to leave that on for the moment. Groundwater pollution, I'm going to leave on, but I'm going to take advantage. Basically, I'm going to leave all the pollution markers on because I don't actually want to get rid of pollution entirely. I want it to decay. And then I'm going to see if this decay rate is adequate. And then I might play with these multipliers to at least improve. Here we go. Ground pollution fade. It is in there. It's just not on the main. Base value. I think actually I want that up. Yeah, let's speed up all the fades and leave everything else where it is. And then load the game and see what that does for our pollution level. And hey, if you're watching and you actually need a keyboard, I'd really appreciate it if you drop a line in the chat just to say hi. You don't have to say anything other than hi. You don't have to carry out a conversation. I'd just like to know who's actually out there. All right, we're back. Back in the game. And now we'll see what happens. We'll see if the pollution problems start to decay a little faster, because we've redeveloped this so there's less pollution. There should be less polluting here, and then we have a water pollution problem that originates over here. That was only a problem when I hit a particular critical mass, really, and because it spread to include the water pumping plant, didn't help any. But that's what I really brought the mud in for, was to try to get the water pollution problem, see if that could be made to go faster, to decay faster. Because otherwise we're Flint, Michigan, and that's not good. Don't like that. And then we also, in part because of our water pollution problem, we now have a healthcare crisis. And it's actually citywide, because there's a lot of sick people and not enough places, not enough hospitals. I think I've solved, or at least improved, the local problem, maybe? A little, kind of? Sort of? But the regional problem definitely still exists. So I gotta find a place for another hospital. And, let's see. Where can I put a hospital? And this time it's going to be a full-blown hospital, not just a medical clinic. We're going to put a big facility in. We're at 40,000 people. I don't feel like one big hospital somewhere in the city would be really weird. But where? Because I want it. It needs to have some, like, I could put it on this side of the river because that's where we're having most of the problems. But that seems very reactive. On the other hand, I think the densest part of town right now in terms of consistent density is over here too. So maybe it's not that strange to have it over there. Well, I've got a bit of a, I don't even know what that is. I don't know why that's... Network color healthcare coverage. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, the highway itself does not need healthcare coverage. Yeah, see, the ambulances are out, but the hospitals are full. The clinics are full. Where is a good place? But look at how large. Very big, but we've also got this big empty over here that I never decided what to do with. Maybe that's what we do with it, is it starts to be a place for city services we don't have yet. Even though we have some smaller doctor's offices around, we don't have a hospital here yet. I'll put into place overlapping items. Oh! That's right, this wasn't completely empty. This is a gravel pit. We'll put the hospital here. This will be the Lindbergh Street Hospital. Or do I want to put it up on Rosewood Street? Maybe Rosewood Street makes more sense. No, I'm going to go ahead and put it on Lindbergh Street. Oh, look! We unlocked a milestone. Got a whole bunch of development points, too. What else do we want while I'm in here? Disease Control Center? What does that actually do for I'm going to hold off on that. Industrial waste processing, though, that could help my ground pollution problem. Couldn't it? I even know where that's going. Except I can't afford it yet. Oh my lord, that's expensive. I'm not going to be able to afford that for a while. Even with a decent income. The interesting thing is my population is still growing. Despite the fact that my main newer neighborhoods are currently Flint, Michigan. Lord. That's not really decaying much at all. And I don't know if the problem is that the pollution source is still just as bad or what. So let's go to the mod again and see. Pollution decay rate. Let's crank that. Maybe not 100. Let's crank it to 80 and see what that does. Speed up the game and see what we get. I wonder if the problem is that water pollution and groundwater pollution are two different things, and the main thing that's controlling is water pollution. There we go. Groundwater pollution is in fact separate. And ground multiplier, blah, 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 blah. Pollution radius, pollution fade. Isn't a separate multiplier or tweaker for groundwater pollution. All I would be able to do is turn it on or off, which I don't want to do. Like plant fade. I'm assuming higher is going to be better. We'll find out. So what I'm doing here is basically I want there to be consequences for bad decisions, right? I don't want to get rid of pollution entirely because I'm the one who decided to put polluting things in place, and that's my fault. But I do want those consequences to fade faster. And instead, I am now having groundwater pollution problems and ground pollution problems multiply and spread, and I need to get control of it. And the game itself right now does not have a lot of great tools for doing that, so I've added a mod. And in a pinch, I will just turn it off, and it'll be like the homelessness mod. I'll just wait until they fix it. I'll wait until Paradox fixes it, and then I'll use it correctly, and that'll just be life. But I didn't want to get rid of the mechanic entirely. So if this mod will actually do the right thing, assuming I'm even using it right and haven't actually tweaked sliders that will make it worse instead, which I don't rule out, that I've actually made it worse. But if the mod will ameliorate the problem, then that's the way I want to go for now, even if it takes a while. And if not, I don't know. Maybe like this thing is such a big polluter. I wonder if I can move it. That might ultimately have to be my choice, is to actually just move it. But it is so huge that it is difficult to actually contemplate that. I don't know where else I'll put it. Like, this is a bridge, so I can't put it here. And there's no groundwater. See, that's the problem, is the geothermal plant actually needs groundwater, but then it pollutes the groundwater. So that's a no-win scenario. I think at least part of what I'm going to have to do, maybe I just have to move the water pump. That may be my answer, is find a different water source for the water pump that is less polluted. That might ultimately be the way to go here. Because I need the water. The whole reason I put it there is I needed the water, and there was a deposit there. See, water deposits. Where else could I do this that is not currently polluted? I could move it all the way up here. And then I just have to be careful going forward that I do not actually zone any more industrial up here. I think that's the only way out. And then that's going to take a while to flush through the system. There we go. So now I haven't really gotten rid of the groundwater pollution. I've just, removed it getting into the pipes. But hopefully the mod will actually still decay some of this other pollution problem that I've had faster. I'm still not willing to just turn the pollution off entirely. Maybe I'm being too stubborn, I don't know. Play with the radius, I guess. Multiplier, radius. Shrink the radius. Not gonna lie, to some degree right now I'm just futzing. Around. But I also want to see if this actually affects anything. Maybe the mod, I assume the mod works. It still seems to take time though. Even with the radius reduced, it didn't just suddenly contract the whole thing. Huh. Well, I'm going to leave that alone for now. And we are no longer Flint, Michigan, so that was part of my goal. I really should have just moved the groundwater plant in the first place, I suppose. I'm being stubborn. I think I forgot how easy it is to just move buildings in this game. I didn't even have to use the Move It mod. It's just built in that you can move buildings around. And it doesn't care if you move them a very long way away. All right, so population is still growing, which is good. I'm going to stop obsessing about water pollution any minute now. Really, I am. It's interesting that the actual pollution of that aquifer is still spreading because ironically, because I no longer have the pump there. And the pump has the ability to purify to some degree, but it's not like, it can't do a lot of it. But I do have the filter on it. It just couldn't keep up. And now there's no filter here, and the other tool that I've unlocked that will let me clean things up, which is the it's under here, isn't it? Yeah. The industrial waste processing site is that's going to take a while. Yeah. All right, let's get back to actually zoning now that we are no longer Flint, Michigan. Let's get back to fleshing out this neighborhood. So I'm leaving some space here. The idea is that eventually in some of these spaces might develop the space between, basically might become something, but for right now I want to leave a little elbow room. This is very much a suburb. I want to keep it. And I'm also sort of, I'm deliberately not zoning, like I haven't turned zoning off for perimeter road, but I'm deliberately keeping my zoning to the streets and not to the collector right now. I don't want this yet to be a strode. Although I guess up here I did zone it. So maybe that ship has sailed. I don't know. I'll see what I want to do, but you'll see down here at Poplar Street, I actually gave it a frontage road on either side, partially because Poplar Street is actually an arterial. This is a custom 2-lane highway I built using the Road Builder mod, which is a nice little. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. Poplar Street itself, right here, is actually just an ordinary 4-lane. But the feeder into it is an arterial that is a state highway that I built with the Road Builder mod. And we have a little bit of a traffic problem here. Now I can start looking at some of the more mundane problems now that I've got Flint, Michigan under control. We've got a pedestrian. Oh, darn it. It did it to me again when I put this in here. There's no actual way for people to walk around, is there? I don't know why it does that. That's weird. Shouldn't have even let me place it there. Well, let's see what I can do about it. It doesn't say it isn't functioning, it just says it really wants some pedestrian paths. Not sure where it thinks anyone's going to go. Radio mast is here. That's not all. I'm going to move the radio mast. See, this is... So I've got zoning turned off for Forest Street using a mod. The problem with doing that sometimes is you can't move things around as easily. You can't just move it to the other side of the road. I don't have zoning. You know, I outsmarted myself. I had something to myself. Where do I want the zoning? I actually want the zoning mostly on Forest Street. What went wrong here? For some reason that corner is not zonable. Must be a terrain thing. Alright. How much do I care? Exactly that much. Now I should be able. Now I can make the pedestrian path actually look like it makes sense. By having it actually connect up buildings instead of them just being in some kind of there, that's better. I like that much better. All right. Let's see. Also, this is no longer oversubscribed, partially because we have fewer people sick from bad water, and also because we have a hospital. The hospital is actually barely getting used now, which is fascinating. Not sure what I want to do about that. I might actually go through and knock down some of the smaller medical facilities that shouldn't be necessary anymore, but I also want to allow for growth, so I think I'm just going to leave it alone for now. Because when I go dense, the first place that's going really dense is probably going to be right here. And then we're really going to want that hospital. So I'm going to leave it alone. Okay, now what? Well, I guess now that we've pretty much sacrificed this aquifer to the pollution gods anyway. Because water pollution will spread if you let it. As you can see, it's I was going to bump up more industrial here, but I don't think I can do it that close anymore. I don't want a repeat of those consequences. So I think instead, what's the terrain like over here? How bumpy is it? Oh, that's pretty bumpy.
You solve the
I want to terraform.
Yeah.
Space for industrial. I did. Yeah, hi. Yeah, no, I did it by the expedient. So I did a couple of things. I did bring in a pollution mod, which allows me to tweak certain things, but I didn't turn them off. I still want the consequence of pollution to be present.
Oh.
But the decays are still pretty slow. But the other thing I did was actually just move the groundwater plant up here.
Okay.
So we're pulling from an aquifer that is not currently polluted. Yeah. Now, pollution does spread. And in fact, after I took the groundwater plant with its filter away from here, as you can see, it actually spread to where the plant had used to be. But I don't think it's getting up here anytime soon, at least not if I'm careful about where I place industrial. And that means right now what I'm doing is trying to decide where is a safe place that I will not pollute more water that I can place industrial. And I had thought maybe I would go like right over here.
I was literally about to say, you're giant head, tiny map.
Shit, I've also just realized that I'm still like big face on the screen. There we go. That's better. I never switched back to live scene. Anyone else who's watching, thank you for your patience. And why didn't you say something in the chat, you silly people? But whatever. Anyway, over here, let's reorient the map. Okay, that's north. So here, southwest of Hammersburg, I was thinking was a good place to possibly put more industrial, except that the terrain is really really lumpy bumpy, and I don't want to do that much terraforming. I wanna be a little more respectful of topography. Now I may have to do terraforming up here anyway, because really I've used all the flat on this map. This map is actually a pretty bumpy map, so I may just have to live with it wherever I put it. But I'm also increasingly thinking that wherever I put it, I want it to be much further away from the groundwater. And going back to the water pollution and water sources map, I got a lot of room up here that does not have groundwater that I could, that if I was careful, I could fill in. I've got more space up here where I already have an industrial district that I could spread out. But that's, getting into terrain problems again.
What's that circle?
I've got, what do I got? And I don't want to get, I'm not ready to spread out, for all that it was one of the things I originally really liked about the game, being able to do it, I don't actually want to go starting a whole other city, way down here, yet. I'm kind of enjoying just developing in this one area. So, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out where the safest place to grow is for industrial. And all the air blows north from here. So, as long as I don't build residential straight up from, if I started building more industrial here, I'd be okay for a while anyway. But I definitely need more industry. One way or the other,
more industry.
I need more industry. I just need to be more mindful about where I place it. And that is a challenge on this map. Yeah. You must construct additional pylons. If I kept it small, I could probably put a small industrial district here, north of Chapelborough. And I did turn down the ground pollution radius, although it still hasn't helped us over in Spockton. For some reason, that's still, I think it's starting to shrink, but it's still a slow decay. But, I think if I'm careful, that groundwater deposit, that's way up here.
Yeah. I mean, you could put a road there.
This is where I wish you could draw, just draw arbitrary lines on the map. I guess I could do it with a district. I could put a road there, but I don't want a road to
stop
nowhere.
Industry before
I'm going to draw just a narrow district. Yeah. Yes, exactly. That's exactly it. That's exactly what I'm going to name it if I can get into the right... What are you doing to me? There we go. No industry north of this line. I mean, sometimes that's what you got to do, right?
10,000 years from now, when the aliens
at least the way the game currently plays,
maps, they'll be like,
that's sometimes what you got to do.
What a weird name.
Yep. What a weird name for a town. Let's stretch that just a little. Give ourselves a nice buffer. I think that'll be enough of a buffer, but we'll find out. And
actually,
maybe
an
not.
industry zone there is not a bad idea because it's also fairly close to the water.
That's going to get
so if you wanted to build a port at some point,
I think it's going to be. That's right. Yeah, it's not a terrible idea. I just need to be careful about groundwater pollution now because I don't want to be Flint, Michigan again. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend Cooper Street north, and that is going to be our artery. And I'm going to do it right now with just a 4-lane divided. And then I'll think about fancier shit later. And a I've got my snaps on. And I'm not respecting the topography too much here. Because if you look at the grade, it's only like 2% across the whole thing. And the average grade actually flattens out. So like the grade, even up here, is only 2%. I don't consider that to be a big deal. Hopefully I'm right. We'll see how it looks when I actually make the road. But I'm going to go, and I've got a lot of money right now, so I'm going to go all the way up. I don't regret that either. All right, so that is going to be our main way up to our new industrial park. Yeah, I will probably change that type of road, and I will probably also... Ooh, let's play with a custom road builder here. I want to see if I can make something. Oop, what did I just do? The game just crashed? Game just crashed. That's unfortunate, because I don't know if it auto-saved before it crashed, and so I may have just lost all of that. All right. Here we go again.
In the library, we have a program on the computers to shut down the computers at 5 minutes to closing. We cannot override it. We cannot change it. We tell people,
yeah,
15 minutes before closing, this will shut off, and 99% of the people save. But the occasional person does not. We also have it programmed to put we go to the state it was in when someone logs off. So that if someone uploaded a virus, it would be gone because it flips back to the thing. Also, so if you put a form with your social security number in, that's not saved, right? But people come back and but people come back the next day saying, I saved my file on this computer yesterday.
Right. No, all of that makes perfect sense for a public computer.
You may have, but I assure you.
No, you didn't. All right, so it
looks like you actually
auto-saved
started that road there
4:44
within the autosave.
What time is it now? Okay.
If you look at the window.
So I didn't lose too much. Maybe.
Looks like you're auto-saving every 5 minutes.
Well, let's find out.
It's a good,
Let's see what it's got for me.
As evidence.
Yeah, I cranked that up at one point because the game is still just a little crashy. And I don't particularly like losing. Oh, and it just crashed again. Uh-oh. I don't like that. Maybe that either that or my pollution that pollution mod's crashy. I don't know. We're gonna try this one more time with that same autosave. This time I'm gonna also wait for all the mods to load because I started loading the game before it was finished getting over itself. Loading, we're loading. Do you want the end cap? Oh, no, I don't. Actually, yes, I do. Important message from traffic lights enhancer.
It didn't open important message.
That wasn't there.
Oh. Does it say we started
well, that's because
it
opened it on my browser, and I'm not sharing my browser. Okay. No. Yeah, okay, I don't have to worry about it. It's just one mod discontinued some of what it was doing because another mod took it over, and that's fine. That's great. I don't think I have anything that cares. Basically, the various traffic modders are starting to coordinate better. Variable loading. Let's I think that'll be okay. Let's see what happens. All right. So all the mods are loaded now. I hope. Let's try this one more time. I don't want to go this far back. I mean, it's not a lot farther back. It's just before I started building the road, and I don't know if that's the end of the world, but I want to try one more time to get something that looks like it might have the road in it. That's... Also, it looks like somewhere along the line, I had... Oh, wow, it lost some of my settings. Still got the tutorials on, and I don't know how to dismiss them all. How do I tell you I don't want your tutorials?
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it reset a whole bunch of my preferences. Because I turned a bunch of that off. Hope I didn't lose everything.
You're fine, pup.
Find out.
Is there not an option under gameplay?
There's really no way to just dismiss the tutorials. The oh, maybe. Oh, yeah, there it is. Good. That shut it up. All right. No, the road's not there, but the zone is still there. So building the road again shouldn't be. Hopefully will not crash again. Okay, let's try this again once more with squealing. Yep. It already determined we were just going all the way up because the terrain will handle it.
It didn't crash when you built it last time. It crashed when you tried to go into
It built and did not crash.
The road. The road modification tool.
Yeah, I tried to go into the road builder to try to build. I want to build a. I want to try to build a 2-lane each way. What did I put in here? I didn't mean to put a 3-lane in here. Did I click the wrong thing? Ah, yes, I clicked the wrong thing. All right, let me fix that first. I definitely don't want anything that built out.
Ooh, that is some bad snapping.
No, stop it. What I get for building a big long road all at once, I guess. There we go. zoning in this game's got enough problems without my adding to them.
We were talking earlier about the SimCity debacle. Max just actually went out of business, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, it's possible they would have anyway. It's possible that EA would have been like, okay, you're done. But they were closed after that. So anyway, now that that's done and saved, what I wanted to do was I want to see if I can create a narrow 2-lane each way road so that I don't have to use eminent domain to put it through here. There was one in City Skylines 1. There isn't one by default in City Skylines 2. So I want to see if I can use the road builder to create one. And I think all I have to do really is change. Well, and because I got rid of the, let's see, what else do I want?
You also disconnected one thing.
Sidewalk. Yeah, I need a sidewalk.
You disconnected one asset, just so you know.
Oh, yeah, I see that. That's because it's not yet wide enough. Here we go. Sidewalk. I do want a sidewalk. Just don't want that to be too wide when we're done. And might wind up being just a little wide. That's my concern. Because I don't want the houses here to be affected.
You take out buses, can the lanes be any narrower?
Parking, that's good.
Okay.
Narrow. Honestly, I'm eventually going to want this to be a bus route, though. No, I think what I'm going to do instead is narrow. Oh, can I narrow it any further? No, that's as narrow as I can make the sidewalks. Okay, it's weird that the sidewalks have to be wider than the minimum for the sidewalks is 3.5. That's weird. I don't necessarily want to narrow the actual lanes though. You know what? Let's.
By the way, do you know you're losing a tremendous amount of money?
Oh, you know what happened? I'll bet you when everything got reset, it also reset. Yeah. It reset the tile modifier. That's better.
When you ran out of money. Like,
all right, now let's see what happens. Yep. Yeah, at this width, no matter what I do, we wind up having to eminent domain all those houses, which I really don't want to do.
And houses exist without sidewalks?
So maybe I only have a sidewalk on one side of the street. That's not uncommon. My street, there's only a sidewalk on my side of the street. The other side of the street doesn't have one, and a lot of the streets in Richfield don't have sidewalks. So, and my street is a bus route. It's not 2-lane each way, but it is a bus route. So it's not a bad model for what I'm trying to do here. So let's go back into here and we'll say edit all instances. So we're not creating something new. And we will delete sidewalk. And that's a little weird. But I don't think it has to be the end of the squirrel weird. Let's see how it looks. I'm going to go ahead and use it.
Yeah, it does look weird to me.
The lack of even a shoulder on the other side.
It looks like it's very easy if you're going right to roll right off that road.
Yeah, let's see if I can at least put a shoulder in there. Yeah, and the shoulder can be narrow. The shoulder can be only 1 meter. Okay. I'm okay with that. Although, interestingly, visually, it only looks a little better, but still, it's something. Wonder... sound barrier. How much extra space will sound barrier? Apparently, I can't put it on the inside or on the outside. Yeah. Apparently the shoulder... Oh, because the shoulder has to be on the outside. All right, you know what? Let's get rid of the shoulder and just have the sound barrier. What does that look? Oh, I'm not going to want that in the actual residential part of the neighborhood because that will definitely create an eminent domain issue. That'll wipe out all that zoning. Okay, so no to the shoulder, no to the sound barrier. Yes to shoulder. Let's upgrade that all the way up and see what we get. So let's go south and see. Okay, we have to turn snapping off. Yes, we can align this so that we don't lose any housing. It changed some zoning weirdly. But because I don't have automatic bulldozing on, it won't actually get rid of the houses. So that's okay. And if I go north, what happens at that intersection? Nothing weirder than was already happening. Okay. And I don't think it needs to be that 2-lane or 4-lane road all the way down. I just wanted to start widening out before we open up into the country. Because otherwise we're going to have a traffic problem when people start going there. We're already going to have, like... Right here is where most people are probably going to come into it, and Wharf Street is going to need something. Or I'm going to need some other way. I'm going to need to find a way to route people. Like maybe Vermont Street's going to have to become wider to encourage people to go up there to get there.
Well, where does traffic leave your town? Like, where
I'm just trying to anticipate the traffic problems before I build out a place for people to work. That's a good question. It goes all the way out here.
Yeah, like I'm wondering if you want to go around
that
the
could get
city
interesting
to that.
if I don't provide another way around the city. But
okay, I'm just.
That's going to be an expensive prospect doing that right away. I think. Maybe not. Maybe that's not that bad. Because I'm probably going to need a, like, basically a state highway at least to here. And then people could come back down. Let's actually plot out some of the industrial district, and then we'll think about what we want to do with that. So let's see. Rain, snapping back on, straight lines. Still a lot bumpier than I like. Here's okay. The actual industrial park. Straightest terrain, flattest terrain. I don't know what I'm going to do with the intervening space yet. It's just going to be empty for now. Maybe eventually I'll try to bring rail in there or something. Measure. Doing a lot of 120s and 104s. I'm going to do a 120 here. That'll be a long block. That's fine. Give us room maybe for a large ploppable later. What the heck happened here? All right. Now, what else? What are we going to need here? We're going to need... I'm going to go ahead, since we've got some money to play with.
So you definitely want a firehouse.
Give it a small police station and a small firehouse. Yeah. And eventually there'll be bus here, but I don't have a lot of transit yet anyway, so... But, like, the next transit line I add is going to have to come up here.
Workman's
Maybe
Comp
I'll
Clinic.
even add the small clinic. Yeah, you know, we've got we're building a deliberate office park here or industrial park here. We're going to add some services right off the bat. So we're going to give them a couple of plazas to eat their lunch. Large plaza is much too. Actually, could eventually put a large plaza like over here, I suppose. For now, we won't do it. And we will put in just a little bit of really small commercial. Just a couple of shops. also going to control the zone size. All right, let's start that off and see what fills in. See what our consequences start to look like. Probably be a while before we see pollution indicator. And then, now that we've drawn those lines, let's look again at what it would take to bring any kind of highway connection over here. Because the way out is all the way over here. That's a long way to go. Do I actually have ports yet? I don't think I do. Maybe I do. Harbor? Cargo harbor. I have cargo harbor already. And there's a route over here. Right? Seaway, medium seaway. So, how ambitious are we feeling? Maybe we're putting in a cargo harbor right from the start. Because there's also more industrial here, right? So having a harbor here actually makes sense. I'm going to do it. What the hell? I don't think I've placed a harbor in this game yet. Cargo or otherwise. I don't know how I'm going to get rail in here ever. Because it has rail integrated. But I really don't know how I'm ever getting rail to it. There is rail further over, like over by Spocksburg and Uhura. I don't
you went
really
on
know
the
how I'm
other
getting
side.
rail to it.
I don't think you'd connect to the
That'd be quite a
shipping
project.
lines, so you need to go on this side.
I am not going to worry. Yeah, if I put it over here, I have to buy this.
Or you'd have
tile,
to
and I don't know if
terraform that.
available to me,
You'd have to terraform that little peninsula
strictly
down to
speaking,
the
every
water.
tile that's available to me is unlocked, so I really have to put it. Yeah, I'd have to. Yeah, and I could do that, but I don't want. I mean, for a project like that, like this, that isn't even weird to terraform out something like that. But I don't want to. I'm just going to go ahead and put it over here. I think that's fine. I don't want to get too paralyzed by choice. And then medium seaway, I think, to connect over here. How about that? That wasn't even hard. Then route. To there. And back again. Work? That worked. I'm not sure if that worked. It did work. Just took it a moment to figure it out. All right. That's why I wasn't moused over it. So now we need to get it a road. I'm going to do an asymmetric 3-lane so that people can drive past it, but it's still easy to get into. And I'm going to connect that up. A little bit. Let's use the continuous mode rather than the complex. Yeah, that's not too bad. Then I want to meet up with all of this. We've actually got a bit of a.
Tunnel.
The one place we've got a terrain thing going on is we've got this lovely
I don't even know if you
little
can.
mesa.
I don't even know if you can tunnel.
I want to leave that
I don't even know how you
alone.
tunnel in this game.
I mean, we could tunnel through it, actually. We can tunnel.
Actually, you should do it for fun, but
Yeah,
I'm just
just for
thinking,
fun,
like, in a
but
real
I
world
don't see it.
heavy cargo traffic, they probably wouldn't tunnel. Well, I'm just thinking. Every time I've seen a tunnel, it always
They
says
might,
no
for a feature like this, if they wanted to keep
no
it,
trucking because of
they
the
might tunnel.
accident potential. But
Yeah. How much of a slope is that going to be coming back up, though? It's going to be too much. Start it, then go up.
or was it too steep?
Yeah, but I suspected that was going to be a problem. That's legal. What's that? We might get away with the tunnel. How about that? I'm deeply amused. All right, let's do the other side. Does not have too much of a grade. Huh. What do we need to do to make this work? Extend this out until the grade's not terrible. They just have to be sharp.
We'll do it live.
Fix that later. We'll fix it in post. A long, long slalom down. And then that
Ooh, is the
slope
parking go
is
in there?
probably too...
Oh, you turned.
How would I fix that? Yeah, that's alright. It's better for what I'm about to do. Alright, so grab that again. -10. Then come up to straight height. Yeah, that looks less dire. It's also better on this side than it was on the other side, just because of the rest of the terrain starting to go upward. So that works out okay. Yeah, that
Really don't. Oh
I
no!
don't think that's bad. Except they don't actually hook up. These are the jokes, folks.
I had a
All
lot
right,
of
let's redo
trouble
that.
when I was
Like, that angle looks
playing
weird. I
this a
wonder
while
why.
back with
Because they don't actually...
getting subway
up at
tunnels
all.
to connect.
Yeah, underground perspective is always difficult, and it was difficult in the old game, too. Let's do this again where we come up to 10 first. Yeah, see, that's still a heck of a slope. Come all the way up. Wait, how is that not? That feels like a fib. Let's see if it's a fib.
Oh,
If
put
real
the road on
problem is,
top of
once
me.
again, it doesn't. Yeah, once again, it doesn't actually connect. That's what the heck's going on here? I go up instead of down when I selected my heights, maybe? Back to straight.
mile summit, and he was like, ah.
What are you doing? I feel like it's not actually, even though it says it sees it. Right? So then when I go up, it actually is bringing the whole road up instead of starting a slope. I wonder if I have to redo that. I may have to redo the whole tunnel. Or give up on the idea, but I'm sort of enjoying the idea of actually making a tunnel through this mesa. Also, maybe didn't have to go all the way down to 20, so that's probably not helping anything any. Let's try to do this. That did what I wanted to do, and I don't even think that grade was that bad. Curve. While we also That's interesting. It actually... Oh, once again, it didn't actually connect. What the heck are you doing to me? You're killing me, Smalls.
We may have to just give up on tunnels.
I might wind up abandoning the tunnel.
A little wonky.
I might wind up giving up on the tunnel project just because the tunneling tool seems a little weird.
Our engineers spent 70 years trying to tunnel through this mesa. Never did get the hang of it. It's 100% not connecting.
Did I do the right thing? That might have done... Yeah, no, that's still weird. All right, forget it. We're not doing a tunnel.
Well, it was a fun idea, but...
It was a fun idea. I like the fact that we tried it. But it is definitely weird. I'm not even going to call it buggy yet. You know what? I had anarchy on it. I wonder if that was actually making it worse. Let's try this one more time without anarchy, because it turns out anarchy was somehow turned on. I'm also curious what happens. If I just draw the line, will it create a cut or will it tunnel?
Looks like it's going to create a cut, yeah.
It went up and over and created a cut.
That would not... Yeah. No engineer would do that.
Which...
That's
I don't love.
Not a thing. Yeah.
I don't think so, no. I think they'd go around it before they do that. Which was, after all, what I was originally going to do, is just go around it. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to... see, let's grab the picker mod. And...
We're going to go around it.
We're going to do...
To the north or to the south? Okay.
We're gonna hug the coastline. And we're gonna curve in here. We're gonna curve in. Come on, give me a guideline. Fingers are on the wrong places on the keyboard. Come on, there we go. Angle. There we go. Let's make sure that 2-lane is on the right side. And no, I have to fix the 2-laning. Because I want. What do I want there? I want it consistent. And I also don't know if I need it to be I don't know if I need it to be asymmetrical past the cargo terminals. I'm going to and right now I'm keeping it just as straight. I suspect I'm going to modify that to be like a 1-lane highway or something. Just to be able to give it more speed and not have that feel weird. There we go. Yeah. Now we have connections to a cargo terminal. And if I set the game running, I think the game was running all this time actually, and it's working.
Nice.
Not storing a lot yet, but it's working. So how about that? Yeah, full employment there. What's my unemployment rate? 1.9. That's not bad. I'll take that. Can't beat that with a stick. All right, speed up the game a little bit. Let the fact that we've got a cargo terminal at all sort of percolate through the world. And that should help tremendously with any traffic problems.
In theory, at least some of it will go out by the cargo.
A lot more industrial over here. Right. And actually, if it does its routing the way the old game did, where it's almost always going to go for the nearest route out, and almost all of it's going to go through the cargo port, except for local demands. All right, let's actually zoom out and see what else is going wrong with my city right now. Still got that occasional traffic problem here. I'm probably going to have to do something about that.
People parking
I really want
along
to keep this
that,
a street and discourage people from using it as if it were a highway, but the people all have different ideas. And, you know, that's not helping any.
I mean, I guess for going to the ocean.
I don't know why anyone would park all that way back for anything anyway, but I'll handle that in a minute. Yeah, I think. Oh God, what's going on here? Do we actually have people coming this way and then going down and around? Because that would be really dull. That can't be. They could be coming down this way to commute into the industry. If they're going down and around, I'm going to scream. That would be dumb. Okay. They're not being that dumb. Okay, good. They're not being that dumb. But for some reason, people coming from over here are not continuing on the higher speed road to get into Uhura. Or Kirkwall for that matter. And that seems sort of dumb. Oh, because this is also a little bit jammed. Because of people trying to get into the industrial park. So maybe... real problem is I need to give them a little more. This needs to be asymmetric. Or yeah, let's do it that way. Let's not increase the width of the road. Well, let's go the right way. Thank you. And then the other thing I need to do is I probably need to make it... Okay, it already is the case. It's already dedicated lanes. All right, I was afraid that people were going left from both lanes, and I definitely don't want that because that jams up all the traffic. In fact, I'm going to do the opposite. I am going to say... say that this lane cannot go straight. The left turn on the lane. That's going to take a few minutes for everyone to figure out that the routing's changed. So that gets us down to here. I think I want to do the same thing. I want to turn that into a left turn. Also, that's already an advanced traffic light. So we don't have the equivalent of Traffic Manager President's Edition yet for this game, but a lot of the pieces of it are here now, which is nice. And in particular, like the most important pieces, the ones that let us play with intersection rules and a little bit with stoplights. That backup is really still... That backup's still a problem. And I don't know how much of that is because this is still stupid.
Flashbacks to Niagara Falls.
I think a lot of it is because this is still stupid. And this is still stupid because... Yep. This is a traffic light. And I don't want that to be a traffic light. Remove traffic lights in this tool. Right click. There we go. So now that should be... Yeah, actually I didn't have to do anything else. That's yield signs on the cross streets. And Autumn Street does not now have a stoplight there, so people can go through. All right, that will let that percolate through the system, but that should help a lot. Yeah, and now because everyone's getting the idea that this is an easier, that this is going to start flowing better.
Yeah.
Pleasant Street is getting a lot less traffic from out of town. Now it's still getting commuter traffic from industry, and I think that's okay. I'm pretty sure I added that specifically to be a commuter road from Uhura over to Hammersburg. So that's okay. I don't want people going through or coming down from the highway to Meadow Street. But people from Uhura using Meadow Street as a small artery, I'm okay. Or a collector, I'm okay with. And maybe I'll give it more lanes to make it easier. I am going to turn off parking though, because you're right, that's silly. There's parking. Let's see. Is there actually not a no parking? Specific no parking? No, if you add a median, it takes out the parking. I'll do that. I don't care. A little bit of green. Of course, I could have just created a custom road there, but I don't need a custom road there. Here I'm okay with just using the oh, that side of the street's already got a retaining wall. That's why. Actually, I'm going to do that all the way up the street. I'm going to get rid of all the parking on Meadow Street.
Parking by the railroad. Bad choice.
Nobody's parking there anyway, so we'll leave that alone. Bad choice. Bad plan!
I don't know if that one intersection on Autumn does that need to be a traffic circle or something to alleviate?
Autumn and Meadow? I don't know. I could use a circle there. Like right now, it's busy enough in both directions that it needs to have some kind of control. I can't turn off the stoplight there entirely the way I did one block up, unless I replace it with a roundabout. But there needs to be some kind of traffic control there because they're just too busy. I don't think I can just leave it wide open. I am starting to think once again that at least the intersection of Meadow and Autumn needs to be an asymmetric. It needs to be 2 lanes coming into Uhura. And then I'm going to use lane connector and make sure the second lane does not turn left. I only want the actual left lane to turn left. Now let's see what happens with that. I bet you that'll help.
Right.
Because I was seeing that traffic was actually going all 3 directions, but there was only the one lane.
I don't know if you want to make the asymmetrical longer, but
yeah, and I don't think I need to take that any. Yeah, no, I don't think I need to. I might do it, but I don't think I absolutely have to for that to work. Because once the traffic starts to go down, the actual queuing there really shouldn't be much longer than what I just created. But it's all got to percolate first. It is interesting that this is mainly a one-way problem, though. Like, I haven't seen a jam in the other direction when people are commuting to work. It's only when people are coming home, it looks like. Let's get a different perspective for a change. I do an awful lot of this in top-down mode still.
Right.
It's funny how the older games sort of locked me into the perspective that I tend to use. Even SimCity 4, I tended to use a particular magnification, and of course it was not a true 3D game, so you still had the isometric perspective. Yeah, it's interesting how I still kind of have those habits. But yeah, now the left turn lane is almost completely drained.
looks good. Yeah.
And at that point, I'd call that volume, but not really a jam, right? Like, it's still calling it a bit of a jam, but I think I think it's going to clear up completely. Now, the other problem is I don't have an equivalent road. Like, I could also add a fork from here, maybe, but I don't know if that would actually help anything unless I did something fancy like a looping bridge. Because then we'd just have more people trying to turn left and stopping up traffic. And this is what you get, like, again, in real cities, you get traffic snarls like this, in part because the topography and geography just doesn't let you put a road anywhere else. Madison, Wisconsin is built on an isthmus. I don't know who thought that was a good idea to cite a major city that was going to be a state capital on an isthmus, but they did. And more, the downtown area is on the isthmus. Traffic in Madison is weird.
So you want to know who was...
And now, because of the way I chose to develop
thought
this
that was a
little
good idea?
peninsula,
It was former
here,
federal judge James Lane
we
Doty.
have kind of a similar
Doty, I'm not sure how to pronounce
problem.
it. He was the one who purchased it and started the city.
I think it is Doty, actually. Yeah, you know what? Now I remember that. Under the heading of weird connections, one of the ham radio YouTubers that I follow is also based in Wisconsin. And he likes to go to state parks that have a bit of a history to them. And one of the ones he went to recently was a historical marker for the original state capital. I don't remember which town that is off the top of my head. And mentioned that it then moved to Madison, and then he went on to describe that history about how
someone color
was
commentator
like,
is the librarian.
no, we don't want it here. We want it all the way over here.
Who made that decision? And you find out.
Yep. And you look it up. That's right. So, all right. So we did that, and the volume is flowing, and it's no longer backed up like all the way back, which that may be good enough. Yeah. It may be good enough. I'm still debating whether I want to extend the 3-lane all the way back, or at least one more notch back to give people a little more room for queuing. I think I'm going to do it one more segment back. Yeah, that gives people a little more room to spread out. Yeah, and that drained it. That was what it needed, was just one more segment.
And there it goes, yeah.
All right, I think... And there it goes, and the icon is gone, and... Like, our overall traffic in the city is still kind of pants, but... The volume is still high. The flow is improving.
Right.
We don't have, like, ironically, they gave us flow and volume as two separate tools in this game. But because neither one, like, the decay issue with them is similar to the decay issue with pollution. It's too slow. So, like, in the old game,
right,
you'd have a much quicker visual indicator that you'd fixed a traffic problem. In one of these views, and it's not as responsive.
And if you get
I'm
out of
hoping
this,
they rebalance that.
right?
Because really, if you actually look at street level at Autumn Street,
Yeah.
it doesn't look like a street that should be orange. Traffic is fine, right? There's not a huge flow problem. Maybe I could get rid of more of the traffic
Can you
lights.
zoom out just a little bit?
Maybe I
before you
will
do
get
that?
rid of more of the traffic. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do exactly that. I'm glad I just said that out loud. I am.
What's that red thing over the V in Village of Uhura?
Yeah.
There's like a bunch of red lights. Yes. Okay.
This here?
Oh, it's just lit. Okay, that's fine.
Tennis court.
Okay.
Yeah, it's lit and it's
I
a
did
it's
not
a red
see what
it's
it
a red
was, and I
surface
was like,
tennis court instead
ugh.
of a green surface.
You know
I
what?
wonder if I
It's
can
probably a
recolor
red,
that.
probably a red surface court because they didn't want people to think it was residential.
Yep. Yeah, I am going to get rid of. Maybe. Yeah, I am going to get rid of all of the extraneous traffic lights that I don't think we need there off the side streets. And let's see. Like, again, I don't know if it's going to pick up the change very quickly. Actually, it did pick it up fairly quickly down here.
Why is
Let's see how quickly it changes its opinion of traffic flow when there are no lights on that segment of Autumn Street.
Oh, okay.
Because there's a bug in the naming algorithm. So because the original shape of it was this way, yeah, like
right.
The original game had a way to you could reshape streets, right? You could go into you could click on a street and it would give you 2 points that were the beginning and end of the street, and you could drag them around. You can't do that. They haven't added that back in yet. So right now you are stuck either adding random stubs to force it to recognize a different street, or just living with the fact that streets are named weird. And that's an area where I'm not prepared to be that detail oriented until they've actually fixed the bug. Because otherwise anything I add could screw up the names again.
It curls around and then goes back up. That's fine.
So no, it's a it's very weird and it shouldn't be that way, but in order to break that pattern, I would have to like add a stub at the end here. Like I'll go ahead and do it right here just to demonstrate. I'll do it with a cheap ass dirt road, but a stub here. Now, oh wait, that didn't work. That's funny. That actually didn't work. What does it think the stub is called then? Stub doesn't have it. Oh, maybe it doesn't name stubs. Maybe it doesn't name dirt roads. I thought it did. Interesting. All right, let me do it with a 2-lane.
I mean, it's not important enough to sort of
force the issue. There we go. Yeah, so now Autumn Street dead ends here.
Right.
Pacific Street, which is the newly renamed segment, wraps around weird because there's no stub there. So yeah, basically anywhere where you, and now because I deleted the stub, the whole weird road is now Pacific Street, but I liked Autumn Street better, so I'm gonna rename it.
You guys have done a mod for that yet?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Hey, modders,
no one's figured out how to hack it yet. I'm sure someone's trying to, honestly, because it annoys everybody. Just like the sort of, just like the zoning bugs. That's one of those that really annoys the heck out of people. All right, so let's take a little bit of stock here. We've got this dense neighborhood over here, and I deliberately let this get a little dense. I added medium density. I added row houses. And all of this density is it's mixed use. These are all mixed use commercials. So we basically have a commercial district with housing. which even though it is taller than I'd like, because once again, I'd really like if these were only like
Yeah.
5 stories instead of 7
Actually,
or 8.
going down the street towards the water is very nice.
I otherwise really kind of like the look of this. I actually think this looks pretty cool. Yeah, right? This is actually kind of nifty. And that winds up being a nice effect. I need to do more. Maybe I need a park down here or something. Take advantage of that, because I have not actually looked at it from that perspective before. And you're right, that having that be a line to the water is really cool. Let me see about large multi-purpose park. Have I turned off zoning though? Maybe that's okay. Maybe I just extend the road one more block.
Why isn't that trying to connect to the road?
Kind of like having it, because I've got zoning turned off. I used a mod to turn zoning off on that side of Autumn Street because I knew, like, I didn't realize that I was definitely going to want to put like parkland here, but I was pretty sure I didn't want that side of Autumn Street zoned in a way that blocked the view of the water.
Corner that's waterfront.
Yeah, I'm going to put the park here, and then yeah. And then I'll just extend. Ooh, I know. I'm going to do that as a pedestrian street. I'm going to do that extension as a pedestrian street. It even let me do that. That's cool. And now, but to do that, I need parking near it, don't I? So I'm going to have to turn that zoning back on, ironically enough. You've got the right side of it. I'm going to want parking if we're not going to have...
Nice.
Yeah. Make it an attraction. Wonder if the pedestrian path will connect up. It will. Good. Even if it's not visually very well connected, I wanted a sense of connection between them. Then what else? You know, nothing else right now. I'm just going to leave that and see if people like it. I wonder if I have park maintenance set up yet. I might not. Let's see about that. Leisure. Park maintenance buildings. Everything else and just see if we even have. Yes, what I don't have in the game right now. I have not yet placed it.
Which means it's coming in from out of town.
Let's fix that. I know I've got the money for that.
One of the industrial
Where
areas?
do we put the park maintenance building? That's noisy.
Like Hemmersburg?
Trucks going back and forth. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it in one of the squares where we're no longer feeling safe about actual industry. There we go. going to immediately get overwhelmed because none of the parks in town have actually had maintenance done to them yet.
Rate is very impressive.
Yeah, I'm not even sure where they're all moving in to. I must have had more vacancy than I thought I did. Although, oh yeah, I built a whole bunch of density up here early on, and I'm not even sure if I remember why. Except the game seemed to be really wanting density. And then at some point I was just like, you know what? I'm going to build density when and where I want to build density, and the game's just going to have to cope with it. Alright, so now we have a similar traffic problem to the one we had before coming into Hammersburg. And it's not actually a surprise because we're going from a... So first of all, we're going from 4-lane road to...
Right.
Two 2-lane roads.
The right turn is right turn only, which is also a little weird.
The left lane is just weird. The left lane makes no sense. Yeah, I don't know what I was doing there. I don't even know if I did it. One way or the other, I'm gonna fix it. Because we've got that mod. We are once again going to fix it by the left lane is left turn only. Definitely not a right turn. And the right lane can go straight. And then over here, we have a similar problem where the right lane can turn left. We're going to turn that off. I wonder if it's because those are upgraded roads and originally... Because, like, if you've only got one lane in a given direction, then obviously it's an all-turn lane. Yeah. Okay. That is... Yeah, that's behaving much better. That's already draining. Takes people a while to figure out what's going on, but they're figuring it out.
Yeah.
Because, like, among other things, having a left turn from the right lane when there's only one lane to merge to makes no sense. If Pleasant Street were a 4-lane road or a 3-lane road, that'd be different. But it's just a street.
Oh, the trains are moving fast, but I think that's because you're on a fairly fast.
Yeah, I'm on full speed right now. But also, there's not a lot of impediments to the trains yet. I don't have any train traffic I'm generating. It's just going through.
Wow.
Eventually, like, rail yard and rail depot are probably going to go over here. It's one of the reasons I put Hammersburg here, straddling the rail line, before I realized that putting industry there was a mistake. I put it there because of where the rail line was, and the only other good place for rail is like over here. And I do have some industry up here to justify some rail, up in what is still named Anchor Bluff, because I've never come up with a better name for it. What's our unemployment rate's still down too. I don't know where everyone's moving into in terms of their like in terms of housing vacancy. Because I haven't built any new housing in a while now, so I don't know where they're all going. And if they were becoming homeless and then getting thrown out, we'd be seeing that as churn, and we're not really. Moved in, moved out. Okay, we are seeing a bit of a high moved away. So that suggests that probably I do need to start thinking about more housing somewhere. Where next housing district to go? Look at the terrain. Okay, I think I know what I'm going to do next. And it's going to involve some redevelopment. And then we're going to go north of Spockton.
Yep, it's on
I'm
Vermont.
going to take Vermont Street. I'll wait a minute for the stream to catch up so you see what I'm talking about. Yep. I'm going to take Vermont Street and I'm going to make it 2 lanes each way, 4-lane road. I'm going to make it basically a strode. And then I'm going to change the zoning right adjacent to it to actually allow zoning against it. And I'm going to make it a commercial strip. Because we do have a lot of commercial demand.
Nice.
And then north of that commercial strip, I'm going to build a new residential district. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. So we're just going to go with the 4-lane divided. And we're gonna let it snap to where it is right now. Even though we tend to actually do eminent domain all up and down it. We're going to try to leave it aligned the way it is and just widen it. That's where the party ends. Because there's a park there that I don't want to mess with. Ironically, that's also where the density starts, and we may have a problem with that. And if we do, what I'm going to do, and I'll wait again a moment for the streaming to catch up, is I'm going to take the 2 inner roads of Madison Crossing and make them a couplet. I'm going to make them one way each way. Because there's more than enough capacity, I think, to basically make it. Yeah, I think I can do that. I'm not going to do it yet, but that's what I will do if we wind up with a traffic problem out of Madison Crossing once they've got a reason to want to come up here. So next up, we're going to get rid of the paths I put in place to block zoning. And then the eminent domain begins. Starts here. I'm only going to go 4 deep because I still don't want them very tall. I need to change the zoning around on that. I don't necessarily want to. Oh, wait, it won't auto bulldoze. I can do this safely. Turn that off. No, that didn't work. What about that's not working? Here, zoning toolkit. Do what I want. There we go. Zoning off. No, it doesn't want to get rid of it. I may have to be more draconian if I want the zoning that I want on that side of the street. I may have to manually bulldoze a bunch of stuff and manually dezone a bunch of stuff. And I'm going to do it because, I already said I was doing eminent domains, so I'm going to do it. leave the basketball. Why not? Got the Z zone. All right, and that gives us the shape. Now, what zoning when it doesn't want it? That, and then do that. Nope.
Weird place to zone
I
green,
wonder
my
if that's
friend.
terrain problem. Redraw that. That just made it not on weird.
Or
at all.
an
You know what?
imperfect
I'm
being
just gonna live with
created
it.
by an imperfect
You will
being.
be imperfect. Let us start. You are finite. Zathras is finite. This is wrong tool. Never use this. Yeah, see, that zoning is just not facing Chester Street at all. Which was Vermont Street? I want to get it back to the name it had. Vermont Street. I bulldozed that one segment and renamed everything.
I wonder, and it would cause more street name things, if you tore down the streets connecting to Vermont, if that would force
How
it.
do I fix this? I know how to fix this. That's what I'm doing, but I don't want to tear them down completely, so I'm drawing a weird gravel road that will create a node that I can bulldoze to. Yeah. Now I can remove that. Now I can remove these, and they will face around the right way. And now, actually, I'm going to rezone that strip and force it to restart all of it, and then I will redraw the road. So that was a bit of rigmarole, but it works. Yeah. All right. This one's weird too. I don't know if I want to do that a second time. Nope, that's plugging wrong. Round like that. Oh, I know the other thing. Same thing I had been doing before, which is if I draw a pedestrian path here and here, we'll force it to reorient the zoning. And then the other weirdness is just that Vermont Street bends a little here. I don't remember why, but I'm not going to change it. So that'll only be 3D. And now that they're there, since I have auto bulldozing off, yeah, that's fine. All right. Fortunately, the other side of this is easy. Let's see though. where do I want the streets to actually go through before I go drawing unaltered block of stuff? I'm going to draw a 3 street here. Make sure it actually conforms right. Angle. There we go. Another one here. So how long do I want these blocks? 20 again? Why is that only 114? Gives us the beginning of something we can use. Because I don't want, like, I've already got too many through streets connecting to Vermont. I'm probably going to have to, I may wind up having to cut some of them. But on the other hand, because of the way I've done the commercial, like if I cut part of Pandora Avenue,
right,
the commercial should still be fine. But I'm going to wait and see what traffic actually does. So I've got one there. I've got one. I'm going to make one here. And we'll go send our and that gives us the beginning of what's going to be the next block up. Now I'm going to draw in. Okay, now I'm going to do one other thing first. I'm going to put in parking. Parking in where we now don't have through streets. Now I'm going to draw a lot of commercial. Possibly more than I actually need. But it will eventually get absorbed. Like, yeah, the demand just went to nil, but that's going to get absorbed quickly, the way things have been going. So now we have
it's already creeping back up.
Commercial strip. And right now it's, yeah, and you know, right now the commercial strip's all low.
That's an interesting phenomenon in the game. It looks like the parking lots successfully build first.
We'll get some towers.
Or did you put those in?
Yeah. No, the parking lots just plop. I mean, some of the some of the commercial properties come with parking. Like this one comes with a fairly big parking lot of its own. There's some controversy about that. Like, it's obviously you need parking for things, but it would be kind of nice to be able to control whether buildings had their own parking or whether it was up to you to give them parking, like the parking lots that I plopped. But all right, now let's start building our cross streets for whatever we're going to call what's north of Spockton.
Whoa! That's not right at all.
What the hell just happened there? No, I don't know what's going on there. I'm gonna undo that because what the hell was that? I mean, maybe that was a terrain thing. I don't know. 90 degrees. Yes, 180. Good. No weird interchanges there. Redraw this one. There we go. That's a lot less stupid. All right, now for our next trick, though, we actually want the inverse zoning of what we just did. We actually still want zoning on the long streets for this. We'll be adding more long streets. We could have decided to do a completely different grid north. Just had the grid change happen there, but I didn't want to. I didn't actually have a big problem with the way the grid was. Now, what do we want for houses right behind the commercial? I think the first set of houses I'm going to actually do is row houses. I mean, we've got demand for everything, and I'm refusing to even think about the high density demand. But let's develop some row houses on all of these cul-de-sacs. Yeah, that barely touched the medium density demand at this point.
You know,
I'm going to turn off some of the things that break zoning.
It's probably not my place to say it since I only have a couple hours in this and it's all it's all from when it was still problematic. But I'm not sure I'm not sure I love the separate demands for residential.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
it needs to be rebalanced is the main problem. Like a lot of little things in the game. I think it will be fine when it's balanced better, but right now it's still got a balance problem. And then there's the broken zoning, which really there we go. That unbroke it. Except I'll bet you when I throw the road back in. No? All right, good. Problem here actually that all the lengths are wrong. Maybe that's the problem. What am I snapping to? I'm snapping still to existing geometry, zoning cell length. That's part of the problem. I think there's also a terrain problem here. Because I'm really not respecting the topography here. Alright, so those all look good. And that doesn't look like it broke anything. Okay. I think we're going to do one more because the demand is so high for them. Oh wait, before I do anything else, let me think about parks.
Nope.
Because if you don't think about parks ahead of time, at least a little bit, you wind up having to do all kinds of eminent domain later to add parks, and I hate that.
I'm fairly ruthless
all my
in my
zoning shenanigans are really
eminent
confusing
domaining.
this
Like,
park.
I don't
There
care
we
that
go.
you live there. I need to put a park. There is a
all right. So let's do.
there is a
I'm gonna
library,
be
not the library
a
I run,
little
but a nearby
monotonous,
library
but
that is hemmed in. It's on a corner, so it can't expand either of those directions. And one direction there's housing, so they could expand that direction, I guess. The other direction is a church. And that would be the easiest direction to actually expand in, except no one in their right mind eminent domains a church. So yeah.
correct.
Yeah.
There are actually laws about it because, you know, the whole hallowed ground thing.
Constellation apartment.
All right, now we have actually drained our medium density residential demand. It'll grow back almost immediately, but for the moment, we have actually developed our way out of that demand. And I'm betting our population's going to go up to about 50K without my doing anything else.
Maybe see how it looks.
I'm trying to decide if I want to bulldoze the ones that are coming in, the lots that are coming in short. Just because you give it,
right.
Yeah, just because you give it 6 squares deep doesn't mean they always go 6 squares deep. And it's actually a little annoying.
Yeah, once it fills in, you can look.
But I'll probably gonna leave it
how it looks
and let it just come in the way it comes in. I try not to
You can also go down and look at the
yeah. I try not to
heat level,
micromanage that
see how
level
bad
of
it looks.
stuff.
What zoning? Yeah. Which country did you zone for? Because these look like depressing buildings. I think it may be how many of them are
These
gray.
are Europe. I
that
don't
might
think
be
so
it.
personally. This is European row homes. And yeah, I mean, I may go through and recolor them because they're not very lively colors, and they probably would be livelier colors in like at least in the Netherlands, which is where I'm mostly familiar with houses of this style. The one thing that's missing, I mean, these are also more modern expressions of the style, rather than the really old row homes you get in some place like Amsterdam.
Right.
I may have mentioned this before, actually, but in Amsterdam, every one of these would have a hook at the top at this apex that would be basically for leverage for throwing a rope over, so you could heft furniture up into the upper stories through the windows.
And as Ross says, pivot!
Because otherwise you're trying to get furniture into narrow stairways, and you'll never do it. You'll have the jerk gently problem. Your sofa will get stuck.
You'll notice medium is maxed out again.
What I want to do next? That's already a good expansion. It already grew back. Yep, it already regenerated.
Oh.
But now we gotta wait for that population to get absorbed a bit, because now we've got an unemployment problem. But it's mainly because they've all moved in, but they don't all have jobs yet. Unlike real life unemployment, it's not just have they applied declaring themselves unemployed. It's do they actually have jobs yet or not?
Right.
And we just got a huge influx. Like we're growing like 600 at a time.
There are 21,000 jobs and basically 21,000 employed. So yeah.
Yeah, like in the grand scheme of things, like the Federal Reserve wouldn't enjoy this employment number, but it's not actually bad for the game in terms of game mechanics. So what do we got here? We've got a whole bunch of taxis trying to move people into town because we don't have a lot of ways for people to get into town, and we just
I'm moving towns. You know how I'm gonna do that? Taxi.
I'm going to do it by taxi. But yeah, almost all the taxis come in from out of town, which is why I've got a taxi lane on the Trans-Canada. The actual Trans-Canada Highway, I assure you, does not have a bus and taxi lane. Let's see. What? I know I want to keep expanding this way. I want to keep expanding north of Alyssa Street. I'm trying to decide how far north and whether I want to keep doing it with row housing and keep it relatively, still low slung but denser, or if I want to peter out to
you do have a lot of
single family again.
You do have a lot of demand for low density too.
I have a feeling I'm going to leave it dense for another couple blocks north, and then yeah, I mean, that's just it. There's demand for everything, right? Like we built a whole commercial strip, and all of a sudden everybody wants more commercial anyway. People want to buy stuff. Oh, hey, this could help pollution problems.
You don't need city promotion. I don't even know what that is, but you don't need it.
The expense of it.
Fair enough.
It would be more for tourism, and right now I'm not, I haven't really built a tourist district yet. All of the services I've built
have that little bit of highway by the beach.
All of the services
from
I've built
the
have really
cargo
been for the
zone
locals.
to the
I haven't really built much of a tourist industry.
To the industrial zone.
Yeah, but this wouldn't be a very pretty place to put. But I could extend this further north and maybe do a tourist district up here.
Yeah.
It would have to be far enough up, like right here on this spit, this head of land.
I think
I gotta wait for the Wait for the stream to catch up so you really know what I'm talking about. There. Now the stream's almost. Still a little further over. There. This spit of land up here would be far enough north not to get a lot of pollution from even the air pollution. That would probably be a great place eventually for some kind of tourism district. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and draw the district boundaries now. Remind myself. I want to maybe put a tourism district.
Sure.
And then, you know, if I did that, I'd also put a I might also put a harbor there.
Are you sure there's not
sure
a route
get a route
north?
around to where the existing harbor route is. Oh wait, there's another seaway. Yeah. That's perfect. Someone already thought about it. The guy who built the map already thought about that. There is a seaway on the north end of the map. So yeah, I could put in an actual person harbor up there and get tourists in by ship. That'd be cool.
It is 7:30 my time, so probably.
So let's see, what time is it? I should probably start thinking about dinner. Yeah, it's 8:30. Yep.
8:30?
It is 8:30. So I think.
Oh, I was gonna say.
People like this district.
Yes.
It's already promoting. 7:30 here.
I was like, I don't understand how time works, Mikey.
6:30. I'm 1 hour behind you. Yeah. I'm an hour behind you. What even is time? Yeah, we're getting promotions here already. They're pretty happy in here. The new neighborhood we built, which I haven't named yet. I need to give it a district.
I didn't see one for the doctor yet.
Oh, Mabenga. No, I have not named anything from Mabenga. Good. That's a good one. And that's not very far from the very small suburb of Chapelborough, so that actually makes a certain amount of sense. Let's do that.
Bundaberg.
What do we call it? We'll call that a city. I think it's M capital B.
That might be where the actual hospital goes. Yeah.
I suppose that means we'll have to make sure to put a medical, some kind of medical facility. I mean, we already plunked a hospital down. Remember, we put one down in Pikes Plain, which is woefully underutilized. Now that fewer people are getting sick from polluted water, until we dense up Pikes Plain, that hospital is woefully underutilized. But yes, we'll have to think about some kind of maybe we'll unlock the disease control facility, and we'll put that in Benga City at some point or near it. But one of the nice things about districts is you get separate district statistics, which I almost never look at. But now I'm curious. So I'm looking at like Spockton's got 7,200, and Unaville has got 3,000, and Pikes Plains I actually got 10,000 people because I've got some real density in there. And then yeah, that's true across most of the city. Madison Crossing, also 11,000 people. Again, that's very dense. Hemmersburg has no one actually living there, which is good because that would be nasty. Kirkwall is still fairly light because it's all low density. Village of Uhura is at 11,000 people. When you start looking at it at a district level, and especially given that I'm naming a lot of these places as if they were separate nearby municipalities, which is, kind of how things are built around here, where you've got Minneapolis and St. Paul, and they are real cities in their own right, but neither one of them separately tops 500,000. And then you've got all these little cities around it. And to an outsider, it all looks the same because it's all on the same grid until you actually pay attention to like how the land is used, like bigger lots here in Richfield than in Minneapolis, that kind of thing. So yeah, that's some interesting statistics to note.
Yeah, your money.
But yeah, the average, like, this is a fairly prosperous town now. In part because I actually have education at every level. I don't have a university yet, but I think I've got everything up to college level.
University.
I probably don't have enough education. I haven't really looked at education in a while. Or the university, yeah, because like I do not have anywhere near enough.
Oh wow, eligible 12,000.
I'll wait for the stream to catch up so you can see it for yourself. Yeah, I am way oversubscribed on all of my educational facilities, and I think if I remember, I'm going to ask you to try to remind me next time I stream. I'm going to have to fix that. I'm going to find places, put a bunch more schools and spend a lot more money on it, which I've got plenty of money coming in, so I've got no excuse from that standpoint not to spend money on education.
Yeah, but
Tim Walls would
he'd be polite about it, so it's fine.
Me right now, at how little I am spending on education. He'd be very polite about it, but he'd still be disappointed. So all right, I am going to save it there. And we're going to call that a game. Yeah.
Good game.
I'm going to call that good.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Hey. All right. Yeah, thanks for joining me again, JC. And thanks to everybody who joined. I know that Eric joined. I don't know who else because nobody else actually said hi, and I'm not actually looking at the list. But thank you for joining.